At $3 a day, and you get it all: basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to lanceslock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. lanceslock.com. Again, go online, lanceslock.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
It's Rockstar here to tell you about my weight loss challenge with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. And having a pregnant wife, I too have put on some pounds. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
When the days are cold and the cards all fold and the saints we see are all made of gold, when your dreams all fail and the ones we hail are the worst of all and the blood runs still, I want to hide the truth, I want to shelter you, but with the beast inside, there's nowhere we can hide. No matter what we breed, we still are made of greed. This is my kingdom come, this is my kingdom come. When you feel my heat, look into my eyes. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. Don't get too close, it's dark inside. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. When the curtains call, it's the last of all. When the lights fade out, all the sinners crawl. So they dug your grave in the masquerade and calling out at the mess you made. Don't wanna let you down, but I am hellbound. Though this is all for you, don't wanna hide the truth. No matter what we breed, we still are made of greed. This is my kingdom come, this is my kingdom come. When you feel my heat, look into my eyes. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. Don't get too close, it's dark inside. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. They say it's what you make, I say it's up to fate. It's woven in my soul, I need to let you go. Your eyes, they shine so bright, I want to save that life. I can't escape this now, unless you show me how. When you feel my heat, look into my eyes. It's where my demons hide, it's where my demons hide. Don't get too close. It's dark inside. It's where my demons hide. It's where my demons hide.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're off and going live on a Wednesday, National Signing Day, part 2, that gets lost now. And the fact that all the football signings, for the most part, happen in the early signing period. A lot going on in the NFL as we get ready for the Super Bowl. Jim Harbaugh could be leaving Michigan, but basketball is always the lead story this time of year, especially when the number 1 team in America is right here in the state. And it played out that way last night at Auburn Arena. The season sweep for the Tigers as they beat Alabama 100-81. At times, the game not even that close, though Alabama fought to get it within 2 briefly in the second half. Just wave after wave after wave of talent for Auburn. And I don't know in the rules of basketball how you can stop that the little roll to the basket and the dunks. For a period there, it seems like every Auburn basket was one dunk after another.
Yeah, it was almost Stockton to Malone. I saw our man Launch said, I feel good about my -6. I'm going to bed early. And I thought about that. I was like, I ain't going to bed early because, when you've got a team that can hit perimeter shots when they get hot like Alabama, we saw them against Baylor, not that they hit a ton of perimeter shots. But if you would have told me going into this game, Alabama was 14 of 37 behind the arc. Auburn goes 5 of 21. I think it's probably a different game. But Auburn has really no weakness. They didn't shoot the 3 well last night. They're up 18 in the first half. You do think that game's over. And then Shackelford gets hot. They cut it to 2. Once it got to 2, I was like, we're going to be in for a treat here. And then Auburn flexes. They don't have a weakness.
They really don't. And Alabama against Auburn has a huge weakness, and that's playing in the paint. They have no hope in the paint. Walker Kessler is an eraser. And like you said, Jim, Kessler is almost impossible to defend. Whether they do, the pick and rolls, whether they just dump it down to him inside, whether they alley, I don't, unless you got another 7-1 guy, I don't know how you defend him.
Well, and that's the thing, KD Johnson, Jasper's a great defender, but you've got Green coming off the bench doing what he did last night. As good as Alabama's guards are, you can match guard to guard with Auburn. That front court, Juwan Gary, we said he needed to show up. Bediako needs to put on about 25 pounds. Yeah, maybe needs to go see Johnny Lawrence, get a little tougher.
Well, he played really well to start the second half.
Well, he was active on the block shots, no doubt.
It was the first time all year I'd seen that out of him.
But when you get beat in the paint 52-22, and that was the differential, 30 points.
Yeah,
it's a big difference.
Here's what I would do. I think one of the only ways Alabama can defend Walker Kessler is, at least on the offensive end, is to say, I got 3 post guys, that's 15 fouls. Because Kessler on the year, I haven't looked, he's probably, 55% free throw shooter?
Oh, no, a lot better.
No, better than that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now.
I put him at 71.
You 71. All right.
Be my guess.
I would think he's close to 70.
Okay. On the season.
Free throws on the season, nope, he's only he's 68%.
68, that's better than I thought.
Yeah.
Close to
I don't know if you guys saw
on the
this.
season, he's 68.
If you were watching deep into the second half last night, but Marty had a draft analyst on, and I totally agree. He's like, I'll tell you who made some money tonight was Walker Kessler. If you've watched him all year, Kessler's got soft hands.
Yep.
He gets more and more aggressive, so he's got a interesting skill set. His ability to block shots, alter shots, that is his strength, no doubt. But he's got more to his game than just that.
Well, that's right. And Jay Billis, pointed this out. Is yours buzzing as well?
Yeah. It stopped.
Yeah. Is it my microphone? Is it my headset?
No, it's just that. Keep going.
So
I don't think Rockstar hears it.
Jay Billis made the announcement or made the point last night that North Carolina, he didn't play a lot. So he's still relatively not a lot of playing time. So he gets better and better as the year progresses. And, he will be someone who 5 years from now we may be looking at in the NBA as a superstar. Well, you know what Jabari's going to be. But I want to start with what Auburn.
I hate to say this, but I think Kessler's going to end up going this year.
Yeah.
Because I think he's going to be back after the first round. If he continues to play like this, And, that's one of those, when you got him, as a true sophomore, you're like, man, this guy's going to be here for a couple of years.
That's what we say a lot. He's got only what God can coach,
Yeah, but back to the actual game itself last night. Auburn's defense with Kessler on the backside is part of the conversation. I mean, Alabama with their great guards, it was hard for them to move around once they got across the midcourt line. Just every pass seemed to be contested. That defense was relentless. Billis on our show yesterday pointed out how tough it was just to get inbounds against a Bruce Pearl coach team. So it was from midcourt across just a tough, hard-fought to get any points. And Alabama still scored 81 last night, but they couldn't. It was a hard 81, and they couldn't stop Auburn defensively. Here's Bruce Pearl as we get to some of the sound from the game last night, talking about what I was talking about, the wave of one Auburn player after another. When it wasn't Kessler, it was Jabari. It's cut number one, Rockstar. We'll start with cut number one, Bruce Pearl, right here, talking about the game last night.
But I think it's the sum of our parts. Once again, Alabama made a nice run to start the second half. Our bench came in. It got several stops. Thought the zone was good and was effective change there in the second half. But literally, if you just go up and down the roster, I could talk 10 minutes about each guy, 9 different guys. And I just don't know that I've ever had a team where you could take any one of them tonight, any one of them, and I can tell you a story where that kid was the player of the game.
52 points in the paint, but he's right. Different guys at the guard position. We didn't even talk about KD Johnson, what he does. Wendell Green Jr., to me, they're better when he's on the floor, but how do you put him on the floor and take, Zeb out or KD out? I mean, it's just an overflow of talent on that roster.
Well,
right
it really
now.
is. So you've got the best shot blocker, best rim protector in basketball. You've got the most talented, maybe not the best player yet because he's still a little bit raw in Jabari, but the most talented player in college basketball. You've got one of the best bench players in Green in all of basketball. You've got one of the best perimeter defenders in Jasper. And KD Johnson, you got everything. I mean, you've got, the engine, the heart. Again, there's not a weakness. And this Auburn team, if they play like they're capable, it's so tricky to win 6 consecutive games in the NCAA tournament. This is, to me, by far the best team in college basketball.
You said when it got cut to 2, you felt like, okay, now maybe we got a treat on our hands.
Just because Shackelford was pulling things out of his ass last night.
Shackelford and Quinterly had gone nuts to start that half, and Alabama had neutralized as best you can Walker Kessler. I mean, everything was going right for Alabama, and all it took was Pearl putting Wendell Green back in the game. And Wendell Green comes in the game, and they're just a different team with him in there. And that's –
and they hit 5 of the next 6 shots after the 2 points.
I wrote this down because Billis brought up the point. With Wendell Green out there, Auburn went on a 9-0 run, an 11-0 run, and a 13-1 run.
Right. And that just shows you the depth of this team because that's not true every night. I mean, that's not, they don't do that every time Wendell Green comes in. But Wendell Green had the hot hand in this game. He was the guy that was making the difference in this game. And there you go. I mean, you look at the runs when he came in the game. That's the depth of this team, that you've got a guy like Wendell Green. I mean, if we did Auburn basketball power ranking, I don't even know how far down we get before we get to Wendell Green. I mean, it's Jabari Smith, it's Walker Kessler. You may go KD Johnson. There's some guys you get to before you get to Wendell Green, but last night was the most important player.
But here's the scary thing real quick, Dunaway. Going back to the Oklahoma game this past weekend, Wendell Green played 17 minutes, was 1 of 8, 2 points, and they still almost win by 20 points.
I know.
That's what makes this team, as Bill has pointed out last night, it's what makes this team dangerous. If Jabari has a bad game like they did at Missouri, they still found a way to win. Wendell has a bad game, they still have other people to come in. That's how you survive 6 games. You can have an off night or somebody gets in foul trouble. You may get an injury, may get 2 injuries. You still don't lose the depth of this team. This isn't Cincinnati with just Kenyon Martin playing through Kenyon Martin, and Martin goes down, they're out of the tournament. This team could handle an injury to Jabari or an injury to Kessler and still be a very good or great basketball team. Anything short of them making the Final Four will be a disappointment for this team. Maybe anything short of them winning the school's first national championship will be disappointing for this team. Nate Oates on the other side now 4-5 in the conference, getting swept in the regular season by Auburn. They brought out the broom last night. The student section, Bruce grabbed it and waved it around. You wonder if there'll be another meeting in Tampa for the SEC tournament, or maybe in the NCAA tournament. You never know how they lay the bracket out. So many SEC teams, they may have two in the same side of the bracket. But Nate Oates has got some great wins, some interesting losses, and then you have this game last night, and he sort of put it in perspective afterwards.
I mean, they're a good team. We got to be better than we were tonight in order to compete with them. They're good everywhere. They don't have many weak links. Front court kind of overwhelmed us a little bit. Thought some of our guards played well. Shaq, when we got it going there in the second half, those guys competed hard, but we got to do a better job. We gave way too many points in transition. They had us for 27 points. We gave up in transition. We gave them 31 at the line. Give up almost 60 points in transition at the free throw line. You're going to have a hard time winning games. So they're better than we are right now. We're going to keep working and see if we can make some improvements before March.
Yeah, no, that's as simple as that. You could have played the last 3 seconds. They're better than we are right now. We got to make some improvements by March.
I still think Alabama probably wins 7 or 8 out of 10 games they play against other opponents, playing like they played last night with 81 points, hitting 14 threes, getting to the stripe 22 times. It's just this Auburn team's that good. I mean, these teams, Alabama's got a really good backcourt, but you just can't match what Auburn's got on that front court right now. And again, Auburn's just such a well-rounded team.
And here comes Sheboy, by the way, Saturday for Kentucky.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have your hands full again on the inside.
It would be interesting to see what Auburn would be right now, having played Alabama's schedule, because, Alabama thought they would have a really good team. They've got a really good team, so they scheduled knowing they were going to have a really good team, right? And they've got some marquee wins. At this point, I sort of wish we'd seen Auburn play this schedule too. I would like to see what Auburn did to Gonzaga, what Auburn did to Baylor or to some of these teams, because, I think Auburn's record may still be 20-1.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Again, their one loss to UConn, a pretty good team in double overtime. I'd love to – I think the fascinating thing would be Auburn, Holmgren and Timmy, that front court against Kessler and Smith.
And we may see it.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance we will see it.
Yeah, that could be the national championship game, which would be fun to see, obviously, if that's what it ends up being. But on the road, there are some teams that you would like to see this Auburn team play. You don't always get that in a tournament. I think you were blessed to see it when Auburn went to the Final Four. They went through the blue bloods of college basketball.
You never get to see that. I mean, they played Kentucky, Kansas, and North Carolina.
Yeah. But the chances are you don't get to see that this time because Auburn's going to be a 1 seed. So it would be nice to see Auburn, this team, play those guys, and maybe we will get to see that once or twice in the NCAA tournament at the Final Four, or maybe an Elite Eight game to get to see the best of the best against each other, because Auburn is the best team in the country right now.
Could you make? I mean, we talked about, and Lance, you've said this a number of times. The biggest transfer portal move in college football last year was Jamison Williams to Alabama. Without Jamison Williams, Alabama's probably not playing for the national championship.
I would agree.
Could you say the same of Walker Kessler?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't. I'm just going to confess. I don't think anybody that listens to the show will be surprised by that. There are more of them that happen in basketball because there's more teams.
Your head swims.
Your head would swim, and I haven't kept up with all of them. But just from looking at 30,000 feet, Walker Kessler's got to be in the discussion. I
will say, though, that both K.D. Johnson and Wendell Green are pretty big.
They're not bad, yeah.
I mean, look, they went all in. This is almost Rams-like. I'm going to use a Rams analogy. Bruce Pearl went out. They paid whatever they had to pay.
He gave up his whole draft.
They have put together a championship roster.
Yeah, but I don't know that Wendell Green and K.D. Johnson changed the way you play. I mean, Walker Kessler changes the way Bruce Pearl plays a little bit.
Well, I think he changes the way other teams play. Yeah. I mean,
there's no doubt on that.
He just instills so much fear because, every time you take it to the rack, you're just afraid either he's going to block it, he's definitely going to alter it.
Yeah, and just look at how North Carolina is struggling. How much would Walker Kessler be helping Herbert right now back in Chapel Hill if he was still there? No, that's huge. KD is huge. Who was it? Was it Marty or Billis last night who said, I look at KD Johnson and I'm like, he doesn't look like he's supposed to be that good. but he believes he's that good, so he's that good.
He does. Look, I said this team was going to end up, losing 3 games. They've got 9 games left, so they got to go 7-2.
And they're not going to get to 3 losses.
I mean, I still think they've got a loss, maybe two. I do believe
this is the best conference in the country, and I know Auburn's really good. It's hard to go undefeated.
Yeah, I do believe, at Arkansas, at Florida, at Tennessee, at Mississippi State, those are really tricky games.
Yeah.
They're much better than those teams, but Tennessee's the one that jumps out. I mean, that'll be a really jazzed up crowd. It's on a Saturday.
Yeah, no, that'll be a fun game. It's just, Billis himself said it. This is the best conference in America, the Southeastern Conference. Eight teams in the top 51 of the net, as of last night.
And first time in how long, too?
Oh, it's been a long time since the SEC's been the best conference in the country.
I don't know. I don't know if we've ever in my lifetime been technically. We've been one of the. Or
I don't disagree.
Equal, Dan.
Yeah, I don't think we have been.
I think it's head and shoulders at the SEC. And then there's other conferences this year. It's not even close.
So, I mean, as good as Auburn is, it's going to be hard to go undefeated in that conference. It's hard to be on 18 nights a year. And now you're getting everybody's best shot. You are the target right now.
Yeah, but they weren't on at Missouri, and they survived.
But that's a bad team. So you play that performance at Mississippi State or at Tennessee and see what happens.
But see, maybe your bad nights happen at the right place,
I know,
and you end up being unbeaten.
I'm just saying, historically, they generally don't when you play in a tough conference.
Hard to imagine this team losing a game with who they have left on the schedule.
They'll lose a game or two still, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
Do you know how good a record 16-2 would be in this conference? As good as this conference is, it's an incredible record.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I also know how good this team is and who's left on their schedule. Who's beating them that's left on their schedule.
Well, you would not have said Missouri would have had a chance.
No, the win probability they put up last night on the screen, I think Arkansas.
There were a lot in the 90s.
Yeah, I think at Arkansas was the one that was like 56% maybe.
Right.
Tennessee had to be around that too.
Yeah, I think Tennessee was the one that Seth or somebody on the desk says would be the game to watch if Tennessee's healthy and Auburn's healthy when they play each other. I think that game may be in Knoxville.
It is.
Still, I don't think any of this matters.
I'd be you're a 1 seed.
Really surprised if they have more than 3 losses. I'd be surprised if they don't win the tournament in Tampa.
Yeah.
I think they've got an outstanding shot of being the number 1 overall seed, which is going to be really exciting for Auburn fans. And again, I think if they stay healthy, they play like they played last night. When you can give up runs, being up 19, and then a team's able to cut it to 2, and you still win this game going away, scoring 100 points, they play like that, they'll win a national championship.
And the great environment down at Auburn Arena last night for that packed house as Auburn gets the 100-81 win. Reaction in the Farmfolio chat room in just a second. Wimp Sanderson in our next segment. Marty Smith, who is there in Auburn Arena, coming up at 10 o'clock. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team, they bring us the lock every day. They also handle commercial and residential plumbing needs. They give you free quotes as well. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Go online to ironmountainworld.com or you can call them up, 205-516-4927. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed and bonded and insured right there. Great guy, Jeremy Purvis. The phone number again, 205-516-4927. ironmountainworld.com. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. If you ever need that information, you just hit us up and we'll pass it along to you. Over in the Farmfolio chat room, LT's neighbor Jim, they can't lose Kessler or Jabari and not miss them. Kessler makes him an impossible matchup. You've got Kessler. If you lose Kessler to an injury, you still have Jabari. Obviously, you don't want to lose anybody. They're that good of a team. But that team is so deep, one injury isn't going to Kenyon Martin them, was my point there, LT's neighbor. Is that it's not built through one person.
I don't think they win a national championship if you lost one of those two for the NCAA tournament. I think you lose one of those two for a game, still win a game.
We're talking Chumo Okeke here at this point, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, we are. I mean, that would be the level of injury you're talking about.
But if Okeke would have been healthy, I mean, there's a good chance they win the national championship.
Yeah, I would agree 100% with you.
A lot of people in the Farmfolio chat room talking about fouls last night. The fact of the matter is, Bobby points out, Auburn draws a lot of fouls in that situation because you have guys who are making a move to the basket and are about to dunk it. You either let them dunk it, as Alabama did 18,000 times last night, or you foul them.
Yeah, Alabama's chucking it up from the timeline, which is fine. That's Alabama's offense, but you're not going to draw a lot of fouls doing
right,
that.
And Alabama still went to the line 22 times.
Yeah, on the road.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of fouls in that game, but sometimes that's what you have to do when you're beaten on a pass and the guy's on his way to dunking the basketball. There ends up being, a lot of contact. And as Jay pointed out on our show yesterday, and then Jay pointed out in the broadcast last night, that was a foul there. They didn't call it.
Yeah.
There was a foul there.
The
They didn't call it.
armbar thing. But the two things that Bill has said, he said on our show, Alabama will struggle with the inbound underneath. And, boy, they did all night, didn't they? Auburn made it. I mean, they made their life hell trying to inbound it underneath. And then I did have to get cracked up because I asked Billis this question about Andy Kennedy at UAB, Nate Oates, and Bruce Pearl. I don't know if you guys heard it sometime in the second half. He's like, man, basketball in this state right now with Andy Kennedy at UAB, Nate Oates at Alabama, Bruce Pearl. I don't know that it's been that good since Wimp Sonny and G. Bartow.
See, you put it in his head. I'll say this, back to the balance of Auburn. Over their last 4 games, they've had a different leading score each of the last 4 games. That's balance.
Yeah.
Depth
that
of
is
the
balance.
roster.
Jason says, Jim, quit being a Bama homer.
Yeah,
Don't know
Jim,
what that is.
please do.
Where was our Bama homer today?
At birth.
I mean, you tried to jinx Bama. You couldn't even jinx Bama last night.
To jinx Bama?
Jinx Auburn.
Jinx Auburn.
Yeah.
No, I needed a steak. That was an easy steak last night. When I'm down that many, I'm not trying to play any mind games. I'm trying to get an easy steak back. That was an easy steak last night.
I didn't think going into the game, I thought it would be a little more difficult. I said that Auburn would win the game. I just didn't know if they'd cover the number.
No.
I stayed away from it.
There are times that I will try to use my powers for good.
Okay, you let me know when you get these easy ones because, there's so many easy ones.
That was one.
Okay, well, next time you see one, let me know.
Sometimes I jump on it.
I will make sure that I go rogue and I let my bookmaker know.
I mean, Lunsford will tell you that I walked back there afterwards. I said, I needed that steak.
Well, study the card, just like you walking out of the Squadron game the other night. You said you needed that one too.
You want me to study the card and give you one for tonight?
Find an easy one tonight.
Okay. Do I get to pick anything I want on the table tonight?
There's so many easy ones out there.
Okay, I'll pick anything I want on the table tonight. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. They'll get us over to Wimp Sanderson, who's coming up after the quick timeout.
Hey, with another year done and dusted, you'll want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. That's our friends at Mortgage Right. They can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket, put your home equity to work with a cash out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, Wimp Sanderson standing by, and he's brought to you every week by our friends at Craneworks. You guys, over 150 now messages in the Farmfolio chat room to start off the first segment. We appreciate you guys so much. Basketball happening tonight, including an SEC game moved up to 2 o'clock this afternoon to avoid a snowstorm moving through Columbia, Missouri later on tonight. Florida, Missouri moved to 2 o'clock SEC Network if you want to watch a little afternoon basketball.
I love it. Well, that's a bad snowstorm if they're having to move a game up.
Yep.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Coach joins us each week courtesy of the Rental Works division of Craneworks. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Well, I was okay, but I lost my iPad. If anybody has a new iPad, they'll sell me. Have them call Rockstar. Or even I use one.
Okay.
I got to have an iPad.
How'd you lose it?
I don't know. I looked. How about this? 4 hours I looked in the house last night. 4 hours.
Wow. I hesitate to even go down this road. Really, I do. But you can. There's a locator on those things.
Oh, I know it. I've tried that.
Oh, you've tried the iPad locator?
I've called Siri. Is that any good?
No, I'm just saying. On your phone or on
iPad, where are you?
On your phone or on Annette's phone, there should be something that would indicate, if you've got it set up right, indicate where it is. But, you know.
Well, I know I knew that, so I called Siri, but that didn't work.
Yeah,
so nobody cares about that. They won't know about
No. I'm very interested in this because I think I just wanted a long-time office bet here on the show is that I thought Wimp would be the first person to bring the old-school swap shop to the show here.
Call Rockstar.
Yeah, if I'm looking for a new iPad, call Rockstar if you got an iPad for us. Do you remember those?
Rockstar, and Rockstar will give you my phone number and call me.
Oh, well,
I'm not going to give you your phone.
Yeah, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, give it to him. I gotta have a cotton picking iPad.
Well, have you
Give
checked
it
your
to him.
car?
My first question goes to now, what's on the iPad?
Well, not anything bad, but I got a lot of sports stuff on there. Ain't nothing bad on there. They can look at it. I mean, they can look at my old and find it for me. I don't care.
Any old ball plays drawn up on there or anything like that? Maybe some of your banquet speeches, some of your jokes. Do you have a file with all your jokes in them on there?
No, not on my iPad. I got this somewhere else.
Now, if you lost Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins iPad, I'd help you look for it. I'd love to see what's potentially on
That
his.
could be interesting.
Yeah.
Coach, when Auburn is on their game, I do not know how you stop them.
Well, here's the case of all of it, and I have to be very brief with this, I guess. But Auburn has more players and more deep. They're deeper inside than Alabama, and with more players that play hard, they've just got more players. And their skill level inside is deeper. Transition defense is as important as fast break offense. In fast break offense, you can go down and set the plays up if you don't get an easy basket. And in defense, if you don't get back defensively or slow getting back, then they're going to kill you. And when it's 52-22 inside the paint, and the dunks are coming fast and furious, even though you out field goal them 9 from the 3-point line, and they only make 5, you get killed. When they go to the free throw line and foul you, when you're on transition offense, it's a killer for you, and that's exactly what happened. Kessler's a good player. The lob pass to him is very good. There were just certainly some things you couldn't do much about. Auburn's got a very fine basketball team. They don't shoot good threes, and they're going to struggle with that before it's over. But last night they were absolutely terrific. Now, one of the things that Bruce did was he went to a very poor but very effective, let me put it that way, 2-3 zone. And the 2-3 zone stopped Alabama's penetration. And you've got 2 kids with 46 points. The rest of them, one other kid had 11. The rest of them in single digits. And that's not enough. And when you've got 5 guys in double figures for Auburn, it's a big difference. Rebounding was somewhat different, but the transition defense and the fast breaks and it wasn't a point of out field goaling them from the 3. You got out field goal 9 if you're Auburn. But certainly Auburn deserved to win. They were very good.
Okay, this might be a ridiculous question. I think most people would agree this is the best front court in basketball with Kessler and Smith. Smith is obviously the probably most talented player in college basketball, probably goes number 1 overall. But as a former head coach, when you watch this team, who's the more important piece right now? Is it Kessler or Smith?
Green.
He was last night.
But I don't know. I think it's a toss-up there. If you can get the lob pass to Kessler in some games, he is. And if they really put the clamps down on Smith, then I would say Kessler is in some games. In other games, when they don't do a good job of guarding Smith, and Smith gets some offensive boards, which he doesn't get as many as Kessler, then Smith is. I think it varies from game to game. But when you have a kid like Green come in, the Johnson kid, he's a little bit selfish but very good. But when you got Johnson and Green coming in getting 23 off the bench, then it just shows what I just got through saying, that they're deeper and they're better and they got better players that play hard. So that's the fact of it.
Wimp Sanderson is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So how do you stop the dunks though? I mean, I know they're coming fast and furious. You can't tackle them. You can't knock them off the rim.
Very, very difficult. You got to put the biggest guy you possibly can. What you would like to do, if you could do it, would be to stop the dribbler as high as you possibly could, where the lob pass to him would not be effective. If you can stop the dribbler, Jim, a little bit higher out on the floor, and they're going to pick and roll him, which is very difficult. So you got to get over that screen. If they're going to pick and roll him, hurts because when they pick and roll him, and then you try to help a little bit, then that lob pass comes. So it's very difficult to do that. And really the only lob passes that really come in are to Kessler, not many of them to Smith. He's more of a guy who wants to show you he can play outside, and he can.
So for those of us that don't know basketball, when you say pick them up high, like you across the midcourt line, or are you trying to okay, top of the circle, okay,
inside from the free throw line, Jim, to the top of the circle.
Okay, all right. So you don't try to press this team, the full length of the court and just go,
Well, you might try, you might try different things. You might try zoning them a little bit. Alabama doesn't do zone much, but you might try some of that pressing. I don't think they're so fast and so quick, and the Green kid's quick. Johnson kid takes the basketball the hole very well.
See, I agree with you on the Wendell Green comment, and that was to me he is. You have a group of stars, but to me, when he shows up, that's a different level for that basketball team. That was great insight by you.
Well, yeah, and the home court, it wasn't a factor of officiating and anything. Where they would get fouled on the fast breaks, and they got the ball out and got it down quicker than Alabama did, and got those cheap baskets inside. Now, Quindley is terrific taking the ball to the basket, and when I say they went to a zone a little bit, that helped a little bit as far as him taking the ball to the basket because he wasn't able to penetrate that, and the zone really wasn't that good. I don't think Bruce used it much, but they're very effective. And then when they substitute fellas, they're substitute good players about as good as the ones they're starting. So they're playing 9 people. So let's just face it, their basketball team has deeper personnel than Alabama does. Alabama has some very good players. Shaq's got 5 threes yesterday or something, and he's very good, and Quinley is too, and those other kids are okay. But the big kid for Alabama is not quite in Kessler class.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He does so courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Up next for Alabama is Kentucky, and I mean that Kentucky team, they're 2 in the Ken Palm. Even though they lost to Auburn, a lot of the analytics say they're a better team than Auburn. So Alabama's got their handful again.
Yeah, I think their hands full. I think they have a good chance. I think Shishay, whatever his name is, a very good rebounder.
Yeah,
Oscar. Yeah, he's a very good rebounder. He's not going to score a lot. They shoot the ball very well on the perimeter, and I think they're very, very fast. They're quick and fast. They're a fast team. They'll be a little bit different. Alabama can beat them on the boards, and if they do so, then they'll stay right in the game with them and have a chance to beat them. So I think this is a very different kind of Kentucky team. It's a very quick team, very fast team, with a pretty good shooting team. When what's his name, Ty, whatever his name is,
Ty Washington,
didn't play against Auburn, that really hurt them in that game. It could have been the difference, may not have been, but it will be an interesting game. And I'm certainly not saying Alabama is going to win, but I think they've got a reasonable chance to. And Kentucky is very, very quick and very talented and very good. And so we're going to be interesting to see exactly what happens there. We have as of today, we have Auburn, Kentucky, Alabama, and Tennessee probably in the NCAA tournament. No doubt, Alabama can go win one more and go and get the NCAA tournament. I know LT doesn't think that, but he's wrong.
No,
wrong,
look, Coach,
wrong.
I think we all said this earlier. We believe the SEC is the best conference right now in college basketball. A lot of people believe that. I've been watching college basketball for 40 years, from the Big East to the ACC to the Big Ten. I can't remember a time where I could ever say that I felt like the SEC is the best conference in college basketball.
It was in the 80s.
Okay.
It
well,
was
that's what I was going to ask
3 years in the 80s. You weren't born then, but
it was. But just, I mean, what were those years in the 80s?
Well, the years were tough, boy. You went on the road in the 80s. You couldn't win a game. It was against rules. I mean, you had the thing going. I'm telling you right now, it was unbelievable. Kentucky was terrific. We were very, very good. Auburn, it was. The 80s was a booger, but I don't know. I don't want to compare teams, and I would say, okay, you're right. Because I think they go. I think one of the reasons is around the other parts of the country, their leagues are down a little bit. You don't talk about the ACC, LT, the way you used to. Duke and then whoever, and then when you get to the Big 12, it was 6-4. The home team won every game in the except with the Kentucky Kansas game, and Big Ten is just okay. So I think you look at it like that. But the 80s, good grief from Gordo, it was hard.
Grief from Gordo.
Bobby points out, he says, tell Wimp that Siri might respond to him if he'll stop saying you gooberhead every time you say Siri.
No, I don't say that, but if I thought that was the cause of it, I wouldn't do that. Off the subject, we'll say this because tomorrow's sign day, today's sign day, whatever. Take a listen, you guys, when you get off the show, to the talk that Coach Saban made at the Senior Bowl last night.
Oh yeah, we got that coming up. We've got the audio.
I think you will enjoy that because I think it goes against some of the things you believe that were best for college football and basketball, and I don't think they are right now. I don't think they're in the best frame of mind for college football and basketball.
Well, which part? Which part do you not?
Well, both of them. Especially NIL, where you end up with a situation where the money situation is pretty. And Alabama's benefiting from it, of course, because they're getting some players. But they're, as he said, he hadn't cheated getting players, and it's going to be that. And I think you'll enjoy. I didn't get to hear all of it, but I just think it'd be something that your show would enjoy listening to, and you guys might change your mind a little bit more than you usually are.
So you're still totally against NIL?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, but you guys were paying players illegally back in the day.
No, we weren't paying players. We might Adolph Rupp may get them a sport coat. I ain't any money to pay any players.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's cars. It's houses. We heard a house.
You're so full of crap. Your eyes are brown.
So Hugh Durham didn't get Dominique Wilkins' mama house.
Well, I think they probably did something in some cases, but every one of them, LT, every one of them.
I'm not saying everyone deserves something.
Well, do what?
I'm not saying every athlete deserves something.
But
what are you saying, LT?
You've joked on the air with us before that you
Let me tell you something. These two
players.
things are hurting athletics, they're hurting football, and they're hurting basketball, and they're not good for the game. I don't care what either one of you say. You know, you got a radio show and you want to push it, and you can, but you're dead ass wrong.
He was in such a good mood. It's an internet show, too. He was in such a good mood until you two did this.
I'm just saying it's somewhat hypocritical that kids have always been paid, and now that you can actually somewhat legally pay them.
Okay, LT. That's fine. That's not true, but that's fine.
Okay.
I thought you said on the air before.
In some cases it may be. One player may have gotten, I don't know, Hugh may have done something. I'm sure he did for somebody.
Barkley says you couldn't fit him in under the salary cap. That's what Barkley always says.
Well, Barkley's name will be on the back of someone's jersey.
I don't know what that means, but I mean, Barkley was well.
I got an idea of what that means.
Come in, world.
Barkley was well worth it. I'd have fit him in. All right, the coach Wimp Sanderson joins us each week. He does so courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works.
Well, certainly David and Rental Works, I appreciate them having me on. Crane Works is terrific, whether you have an at-home project coming up or a corporate construction job. You need to check out Rental Works, a division of Crane Works. They have everything from landscaping equipment. Check out their full fleet of Crane Works on craneworks.com. And thanks, David Upton, for having me on. Thank you guys for having me on. I hope you all have a good day.
So wait a second. Now, pineapple money to get that recruit. You told us a story about the pineapple.
That was Jim Neighbors.
Jim Neighbors helped you get a guy.
Well, Jim Neighbors didn't help me get it. Jim Neighbors was going to give Bobby Lee Hurt $8 an hour to cut sugar cane. And so I had to get Coach Bryant to call him and say, look, Alabama's recruiting this kid. And so when I went to Coach Bryant to ask him to call, he tried to call Jim, and Jim was on a ship in Australia. And so he tried to send whatever you send back then.
The telegram?
Tried to tell him to get off of him. I had Bobby Lee Hurt with a bucket of chicken in front of him at a CPA's office in Huntsville for 3 hours. I don't think I was the head coach. I was the assistant head coach. I guess I'd just gotten a job. When I got through with him and wore him out, he leaned up against the wall, and he said, Coach, I'm still going to Hawaii. In fact, we've called them to come back here, and they were coming back. And so Bobby Lee Hurt, I got a big Sports Illustrated thing here where Sports Illustrated said we bought Bobby Lee Hurt a car. Bobby Lee Hurt worked for one of the football players' daddies, and it was a joke. It was the worst mess you've ever seen in your life. He had a little old buggy thing that he was driving home and back and forth. You couldn't. It was unbelievable. I had a big R. I got it on my wall here that said Alabama basketball has now arrived. NCAA's come in here to look at them. And so,
I love that you have that on your wall.
I don't know. No, I didn't say it now arrived. I don't know what it is. I got it here. But anyway, we didn't do anything for Bobby Lee Hurt. Did everything we could. If we'd had to, we probably would have. But I didn't. We finally got him convinced through a lot of hard work and me just living up there with him. I start off recruiting Bobby Lee Hurt and Enos Watley when I'm assistant. Now I get the head job, and now I got to double up even more so because the other guy's got a better personality than I have, I guess. So anyway, I got to work, and that's the reason I worked my butt off when I got that job to make these guys be the kind of players they need to be. And they were at our reunion, by the way, and they were absolutely terrific. How about this one? We had our reunion the other day, 40 cotton-picking years, and every player came back.
Yeah, that's incredible.
That is incredible.
It's incredible.
It speaks highly of you.
Incredible.
Yeah, it speaks highly of you.
And except for Mike Davis, he had a game.
Well, yeah,
we're having this one this Saturday for the 1991 team. And it just amazed me. It made me want to cry to see those guys. No, I'm not very emotional. You guys think I'm not. To see all those guys come back and hug each other after 40 cotton-picking years.
Yeah, that's incredible. That speaks highly of you and what you meant in their life. It really does.
We tried hard. And the one thing that's important with your lives, with what you do with your kids, and what people that are listening to our show do with their kids. You may mash your kids, and I mashed mine, and I made my players behave, and I mashed them, and they didn't like it. But the one thing they knew, I cared about them as people, and that is the key word. Your kids need to know that even though you're mashing them and they can't do things and they're young, you care about them and love them as people.
Well, we love you, Coach.
Okay, love y'all.
Bye.
Talk to you later.
On the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. That's back-to-back weeks. Wimp has ended getting emotional and being introspective.
I took it on the Eric Estrada question about Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
I'll take that on the NIL.
Well, no, I followed up with the pineapple.
Yeah.
So
Well, that was a much better answer.
That was on me. No, I'd sit and talk to him about. I mean, he's sometimes like a dog chasing his tail. He'll tell us one story about a suitcase of money.
We're all hypocrites in life, right?
Yeah. And then he tells us no, and then he did. No, we know. Yes, we did. No, we didn't. And Coach Saban yesterday was, and we'll get that for you later on. But Coach Saban said yesterday, we've never paid players. Everybody says now we're all doing it above table. Well, we've never done it. Well, I don't know. I just know what everyone always says.
I mean, I find that hard to believe. Just if I'm just guessing, I think we're a show that has never really cared.
Yeah,
we just want to watch the good product.
That's right.
But I think there's a lot of programs that have paid kids all along, and now with NIL, you're able to legally do this.
Yeah, I never thought. There were a lot of places that never thought coaches did it, but the boosters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the boosters are doing it now.
You turn a blind eye to it. Hey, we need this guy.
Yeah, the boosters are free reign right now. Lane Kiffin and Nick Saban, they're benefiting from it, but they don't necessarily want it to be happening. I understand that. Hey, it's not,
Well, don't say Lane Kiffin does it. He was in an Aston Martin with Jackson.
No, but Lane Kiffin is saying the same thing Nick Saban. It's not good that you're having to use NIL to recruit. They're going to do it because that's what everybody's doing it. That's not necessarily what they think is best for basketball or football. It's a basketball state right now. Here we go. We keep rolling along. Part of our show, that was Crane Works. Part of our show as well being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. We're keeping an eye on the injury board. Luckily, everybody's fairly healthy coming out of the Alabama-Auburn game last night in basketball. As we move to another big weekend straight ahead, Auburn hits the road at Georgia. Bama gets another big one, Kentucky and Tuscaloosa.
Tyler Higbee in an MCL brace right now. They're saying it's looking very optimistic he will be able to play Super Bowl 56. Hey, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations in central Alabama, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Your injury cannot wait any longer. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Okay, guys, here comes Valentine's Day, and you've got to check out Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood. Call Blakely's Bouquets today for your Valentine's order. You'll get $10 off a dozen roses. 205-579-4900. 579-4900. And remember, you don't just send flowers for Valentine's Day or when you're sorry. As Beth Dutton said on Yellowstone, you give them for no reason, buddy. No reason at all. Custom bouquets at Blakely'sBouquets.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Approaching the top of the hour. Cowan Equipment poll questions out there every day at Next Round Live on Twitter. You can go there and vote. Brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment as we get ready for another big night of basketball and work our way towards a Senior Bowl, Pro Bowl weekend.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
One note in National Signing Day from this morning. 4-star defensive end Caden Story was originally committed to Auburn, has signed with Clemson. So Caden Story from Lynette, Alabama, ESPN top 300 guy, 4-star defensive end, making a verbal to Auburn, had flipped now and signed with Clemson. It is signing day to sort of wrap up this recruiting cycle. A couple of big stories out there, some 4 and 5 stars that could end up, changing locations or making their final choices. But that's one that there had been some talk of Caden not going to Auburn. Florida had gotten in the mix with the hiring of Billy Napier. The staff change there that Brian Hartson talked about yesterday. He was disappointed but understood the coordinators and thanked both of them for their time at Auburn.
I'll tell you, the biggest, and it's not a storyline today. I think this is an evolving storyline. I guess it is kind of today, though, is the change of image of Brian Kelly. I mean, this guy has come into LSU and kind of changed the image of him as a recruiter.
Yeah, I don't remember any kind of recruiting tactics at all in Notre Dame. And he did a really good job bringing in what he brought into Notre Dame.
Yeah, it's going to be easier to recruit to LSU than it was Notre Dame. Much easier.
Yeah, just on the athlete, taking the academic side of it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to consider the academic side. Just the athlete pool you're recruiting from right there in that area of Louisiana is just phenomenal. But just the image, his image Look, he doesn't look loose when he dances at all. I mean,
No,
it's awful dancing.
Do you remember Mark Madsen dancing with the Lakers?
I do, yes.
That's what it is.
But just the image makes him look like a looser guy than what we viewed him at Notre Dame. Now, he's still got to win games. I get all that. Before people start saying it. But he's changed his image.
Yeah, he has, and he's doing a really good job in recruiting in a short period of time. And there is a chance coming up at 11. He gets a 4-star running back. He's in the mix there for Trevante Citizen. He's in the mix for a couple other 4- and 5-star guys today, including tonight, a 5-star safety and Jacoby Matthews. So he may even add a couple of more guys into the mix. There you see.
I think he's just excited. Look, I'm making more money. I've got a chance to win a national championship where Les Miles and Ed Orgeron won them. I can get guys in with a 1.5 GPA now.
Yep. And by the way, you never know how you look dancing until you see video of yourself dancing. So
you always feel like you're dancing better than you look like you are.
I think he realizes
I think he knows it's bad, but I don't think he knows it's this bad.
Yeah, well, I think he does now. I think that's why on this one he's playing up to the fact that it is really, really bad.
He almost doesn't really look real. It's almost like one of those wax figures.
Yeah, the Hall of Presidents at Disney. The top of the hour here, Marty Smith's coming up. Marty's on his way. Is he on his way back home? Or
I think he's already home. I think he you can ask Marty, but I think he hightailed it early this morning.
Out of Auburn Arena last night where Marty was. Had that hair looking good. We'll talk to Marty coming up on the other side of the show, being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter, or for you to go back to school, a lot of people get their master's degree right there in Montevallo, but your son or daughter can find great student-to-professor ratio of 14-to-1 that's going to help them succeed academically, which is number one on the list of things to do when you get to college. Also, great athletics, 21 Division II NCAA scholarship sports fully funded there. They also have an esports team. They have the number one bass fishing team in America right now. All that right there at the University of Montevallo. Get an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Join us Friday afternoon for a special live show at the O'Reilly World of Wheels. LT Dunaway and Brown will be broadcasting live from the BJCC from 4 to 6 p.m. for the show. Come by and see the amazing selection of cars and say hello to the Next Round team.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, second hour of the show. Auburn a winner last night down at Auburn Arena, number one in the country, 100-81. In that game, 8 blocks from Kessler, 52 points in the paint from Auburn. And afterwards, Bruce Pearl not only striking the crane pose, but grabbing the broom and celebrating a regular season sweep over rival Alabama. Number one team in the country, not close, and they now have won, 18 straight games in a row? 18-game win streak for Auburn. Marty Smith is coming up in just a second. Other headlines, National Signing Day is going on. Alabama 5-star running back Kamar Wheaton into the portal. Knee injury, never made it on the field in Tuscaloosa. He's on his way somewhere else, and we expect Jim Harbaugh today to be announced as the Vikings head coach, leaving us with a major Power 5 job opening. We'll see if Josh Gaddis gets that promotion in Ann Arbor, if they go to Matt Rule.
Bill O'Brien mentioned.
Yeah. So interesting names.
All right, let's go to Marty Smith on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You saw him last night at Auburn Arena. How are you, Marty?
I'm awesome. How you guys doing? Good morning.
Doing great. Dunaway asked, I knew the answer to this because I was texting with you last night. Dunaway asked, is Marty joining us for Auburn or is he already home? And I said, Marty got up early this morning.
Yes, I am home. I got back to the hotel from the arena around 11:15. Jumped in the bed, tried to go to sleep. It's funny. I don't know what it is. I used to not have any problem, like, quote unquote, coming down from a game or whatever from work. But all of a sudden I'm having this issue. So it took me a little while to fall asleep. And then I left for the airport at 3:50. So,
Marty. Now, do you fly out? Where do you fly out of? Out of Atlanta?
Columbus, Georgia.
Columbus, Georgia.
And that's got a direct to Charlotte?
Yes, they have a direct to Charlotte.
Wow.
There's 2 flights a day, and one is at the crack of dawn, and one is the last bird in. Have y'all ever been to the Columbus, Georgia airport?
I have not.
Honest to God, I've lived here my whole life. Didn't know they had one.
Yeah, I was shocked when you told me that's where you were flying from.
You put that airport on like a jacket. It's so small. You don't walk into it. You wear it.
Do you have to get on the plane upstairs like a hostage, or do they have the?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, they actually had a jet bridge and everything. I was thoroughly impressed. That's the first time I've flown in there. I've always been in Atlanta, flying to Atlanta for if I'm going down. But this time I thought, well, I'll try this Columbus, Georgia deal, and it was fine. they closed the rental car facility at 6 p.m. So getting a rental car is a bit of a challenge when you land at 9:40. But it's all right. We figured it all out.
Marty,
I'm looking at a picture, just a Google image of the Columbus airport.
Yeah.
All the planes out in front have propellers, Marty.
Mine was a legit jet.
Okay. All right.
It was a jet, man.
All right.
So, Marty, watching this Auburn team, look, we were talking about the SEC best conference in college basketball right now, and it's been a long, long time before you could say that. I truly believe the two best teams in college basketball are both in the SEC in Kentucky when fully healthy. And Auburn, to me, when they play like they play in spots last night, it's almost an unbeatable team.
They have so much depth. I mean, it was interesting talking to Walker Kessler after the game last night about this team and its evolution. And he started just naming names. And he's talking about Jabari Smith. He's talking about NBA lottery pick. He's talking about him coming over from North Carolina. Talking about KD Johnson coming over. Just an amazing group of young men and that want to play for Bruce Pearl. And he's kind of taken that approach that we're not going to promise you anything. We're going to spread the floor out. We're going to run a wide open, fun type of system, and everybody. And man, it's working. Kessler last night was remarkable. He was the difference last night. That line was ridiculous. Let me grab my. I wrote it down.
Yeah. We're gonna have to call you back, Marty. We've lost your connection there. Rockstar will try to dial you up and hopefully catch a better signal there from the Columbus airport to back in the Marty Smith compound there outside of Charlotte. But he was on the sidelines with the national crew with Jay Billis there, and it was the primetime ESPN game. It was a great showcase for Auburn last night. And listen, the atmosphere is getting rave reviews as well, because for a lot of the national folks, that was their first chance to either be in person at Auburn Arena for a big game like that, or to see it on national television. You know, we've seen it since they built the place a decade ago now, but you know, for a lot of people in the country that are just tuning in to see the number one team in the country play Alabama, that was their first exposure to the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Auburn, Kentucky on the national TV on CBS had a huge audience. Last night did as well with Marty and the gang there. And so pick up where you're talking about, Marty. You were picking up your paper to look at something. Give us those numbers.
I'm still trying to find it. Here it is. All
okay.
Right. Kessler's line was 14 points, 12 boards, 8 blocks, 4 steals.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. And not only, you know, that's the numbers, but he affected the game, the entire game. And Alabama made a hell of a run. I give Nate Oates and those guys credit. They made a hell of a run at the beginning of the second half to get back in, and he told me at halftime that what they were going to have to do to get back in it was get back defensively and start making shots. And, man, did they make shots. Javon Quinterly was fantastic. Jaden Shackelford is a phenomenal player. And they got some guys on the interior that played really well last night and affected a lot of shots and rebounded the ball well. Look, Alabama's one of these teams that could win a national title if they get hot. They're one of those teams that if they're making shots and can go on a 4 or 5 game run during the NCAA tournament, I'm telling you, it could happen. And coaches have said that to me. I'm not making that up out of nowhere and bloviating for no reason. But Auburn just has so much depth. They're very well coached, and they have great cohesion together and a lot of talent. So it was a tremendous performance last night. They weathered the storm early in the second half when Alabama made the run, and then they just ran away with it with intensity and aggression. They got some guards that are really fun to watch, and they should go a long way in the tournament too. It's a fun team.
Marty Smith is with us from ESPN. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. These guys are totally different personalities. I say totally, maybe they're not. But you lived one of these. You saw Frank Beamer build Virginia Tech out of nothing into a national power. Is Bruce Pearl the basketball version of that at Auburn?
Well, you're right. They couldn't be more different in terms of their personalities. But what he's done at Auburn is, I mean, it's remarkable. And he's in this perfect storm scenario now where, Louisville came along and put Auburn's administration in a position where it's like, all right, we got to pay this dude. And they're number one in the country for the first time ever. And so he's really living right now. He has the players. They have the culture. And I asked Jabari Smith yesterday during shoot-around, when you can go anywhere, why here? I mean, there are people saying he might be the number one pick in the NBA draft coming up next summer. And he said, look, there are coaches here at Auburn who played here and played at the next level, so they've somewhat walked in the same shoes I'm walking. He said, and then there's BP. That's what his players, Bruce Pearl's players, call him BP. He said, then there's BP. The energy, the passion. He didn't promise me anything. I had to make sure that I work every single day to maintain the positioning that I have in this lineup and continue to improve as a player. And that's what we always say about Saban, right? Guarantees nobody anything. I don't care if you're Bryce Young, the number one quarterback recruit that the highest rated recruit they've ever had a quarterback there, or who you are. It doesn't matter. Everybody's going to get the same opportunity, and you not only have to earn the opportunity, you have to earn the right to keep it. And that seems to be, according to the players, kind of what Pearl's done there. There's something else, man. They want to, this particular team. I talked to KD Johnson too yesterday at shoot-around, and he was talking about the 2019 Final Four team and how everybody talks about that team with such great reverence. And he said, we want to give them something to talk about too, forever. And they certainly seem like they have. If they can stay healthy, they certainly seem like they have the formula.
Hey, you grew up in ACC country, so you remember, the late great venues of Carmichael Hall with North Carolina, University Hall, Virginia, when they were really good. Obviously, Cameron Indoor still, but Auburn Arena. I mean, just seeing that atmosphere, going back to the Kentucky game, seeing it last night. Where does that rank with some of those great ACC arenas?
It was a great atmosphere. They were super loud. You guys know me in social media. I don't use it very much, but I'm actually looking up something, so I'm seeing some of the stuff that people wrote to me last night, and I guess an entire report that I did on the mask nobody even heard it because the crowd was so loud, and so that tells you a lot. Our microphones are pretty powerful devices, but they were loud and they were in it, and they feel like they're part of something. I mean, this is a new era and a new dawn for Auburn basketball, and everybody there feels like they're part of something. And they are part of something. It was an awesome atmosphere.
Yeah, and listen, hats off. I was there on Saturday. Hats off to basketball ops because they all work together with the student section to create a great environment. Not shown on TV, but I've seen it on social media right under the 4-minute timeout. We know the history between Alabama football and the crane pose from Karate Kid. And Auburn basketball sort of, thrown that back at Alabama right under the four timeout. Marty, you were there. They queued up kung fu fighting. Everybody was kung fu fighting. The entire student section struck the pose and froze. And then when the song kicks in, they started bouncing around. I mean, that's just good game day ops right there. I don't care which side of the rivalry you're on. You got to tip your hat to that. I want to ask you one question, Marty, before you get out of here about NASCAR. I mean, what the hell are we doing at the LA Coliseum this weekend? I'm going to watch it. I guess that's why they're doing it. But they've turned the football stadium into a NASCAR track? I mean, how expensive is this, and who's paying for it?
This will make some of your listeners happy, all the ones that say go back to NASCAR. I'll tell you what they're doing. They're trying their very best to kind of reshape this thing. And Ben Kennedy, the heir apparent, Lisa Francis' son, was driving down the highway a couple years ago and saw the LA Coliseum from the highway and went, I wonder if we could race cars in there. Wow. And when we first heard about it, we thought, well, maybe they'll run the cars through there. on a road course idea or something, street course or something. But no, they put 14,000 cubic yards of asphalt in the LA Coliseum, built a quarter-mile bull ring, and they're going to try to put 20-something cars on it. I imagine it's going to be all hell breaking loose. It should be very entertaining, and if it works, and NASCAR is very confident it's going to work, if it works, they feel like it's going to open them up to an entirely new opportunity. And I hope it works. I want everything good for that sport. I'm going to be watching too, and I can't wait to see how it unfolds. I think the drivers will enjoy it. They love old school short track racing like this, and there's going to be some stuff tore up. Welcome new race car, because there's going to be some stuff tore up.
And when you say opens up a new door, you don't necessarily mean the Los Angeles market, but you mean maybe a stadium tour like hockey does with their outdoor games, where they do that at different stadiums around the country?
Correct. I think they believe that if this thing works, then it opens them up to the opportunity to maybe take it elsewhere. And they're so confident. I was seated at the NASCAR Hall of Fame induction with all of those NASCAR executives, and they are so excited and they are so confident and optimistic. And look, I commend them. They're simultaneously trying to grow and do new things while also reaching back to the roots with Nashville, with Wilkesboro. And so I commend that, because that's what it is. Like, NASCAR is the Southeast. Yes, it's a national sport. It is, but it's a Southeastern sport. We feel it's ours. And so I appreciate that they're trying to kind of cultivate those roots too. And I think that's important. I think it's important to the fan base.
Now, Marty, according to Vegas, there are 3 guys that are right there at the top, favored to win the Clash at the Coliseum. Can you give me those 3 guys?
Denny Hamlin.
Yep.
This is just off the top of my head.
Denny Hamlin is your favorite at a little over 6-1.
He would be the person, if I was a betting man, that I would consider to put my Benjamin on. Although Benjamin might be a little rich for my blood. Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch is 5th. He's the 5th longest odds right now.
Kurt Busch.
I don't see Kurt on here. Kurt's down the list a little bit. Kurt is 25-1. You can get pretty good price on him.
Dude, somebody needs to take that bet.
There's my Benjamin.
He is in a new car. You know, he's in a new car with a new team. He's driving for Michael Jordan and Denny now, so that could be part of the reason that those odds are what they are.
It won't be a new car after turn 1, Marty.
No, it'll be a scrap heap at the end.
No doubt.
Now, who are they, Lance? Who are the 3?
So Denny Hamlin is your favorite. Go ahead.
Is Chase one of them?
Yeah, Chase Elliott is number 2.
You got to put old Harvick in there, don't you?
And then a guy that we've had on the show before, Kyle Larson, is your
he's good everywhere.
Favorite.
He's good everywhere.
Yeah, I can see it. He's good. That doesn't matter where he is or what he's driving. He's good. I'd put my money on the 11.
All right, he is Marty Smith. Go follow him on Twitter at Marty Smith ESPN. He's going to hang up and go take a nap now. Thank you, Marty.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a great one.
All right, buddy. You too. Take care. Can actually hear it in Marty's voice. I think he's ready for that now. Marty with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We appreciate it. Make a time.
Danielle Suarez at 100-1.
I'd do that, Dunaway. You said you were going to find a stick
Why'd you
bet.
call it Danielle?
Daniel Suarez.
It's not a female.
I don't know who the hell he is. I never even heard of the guy.
Oh, he's Suarez. He's been on the circuit
Could
for
be
a while.
chick. I'm sure they want one on the tour right now.
He's not a guy who usually wins.
Danielle.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Oh, he's 100-1.
Danielle.
But you got to do something to get in this event, right?
I think you had to
win a pole or something like that.
Used to in the Busch Clash, you had to win the Busch pole. This is the Busch Clash, but they don't qualify. It's not I'm not part of NASCAR, but they don't qualify anymore like they used to. So I don't know how they decided this field. I assume you had to win something last year or finish in the top something of points.
I'm strangely interested in this.
Well, I'm going to do it
because of the venue.
Yeah, I'll turn it on
just
for
to see
2
the
minutes.
venue. Yeah.
But like JB asked, are they going to leave the track down? Well, no, Jeff. The asphalt covers the entire field. What they're going to do is dig up the asphalt and then dig up all the dirt and grass and replant the LA Coliseum and let it grow all spring and summer long so they can play football.
I will tell you, it will be loud as hell in there. Because I don't know if you guys have ever been.
I've not.
But like the steps are almost like 3 feet each. Like, I got stars, like, walking to the top of the Coliseum.
So you were talking,
like,
you
almost blacked out.
Yeah, almost like you feel dizzy because it's so exerting walking up the stairs.
Okay, this is on the track. This is the video. They've laid the asphalt.
Wow, so that's a pretty cool look.
From side to side, with the sound that's going to be kept in that venue.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I hope
it's so small. I mean, for NASCAR, it's small.
I hope that dang USC horse doesn't get confused and run out on the track.
Traveler?
That's Traveler. That's right where Traveler runs usually, right down there.
Apparently, he could outrun Ricky Stenhouse. If Stenhouse gotten that bad, he's 150 to 1.
Well,
been on our show.
It's a unique track. I mean, they're not racing a mile and a half. It's a quarter mile. So it's basically you going down to your local high school and throwing a car on a track at your high school field.
Okay, maybe I only know Stenhouse because of the relationship with our favorite person, Danica Patrick.
Well, he's won twice since
then.
then.
But all of these other names, your favorites, your top 10 guys are mainstay names. And like he's in the bottom half with, guys like Quinn Hoff, Josh Balicki.
Quinn Hoff?
Yeah. Ryan Preece, Eric Jones,
I think you've changed.
Kaz Graya. I'm looking at the odds.
You've changed stories.
Yeah.
No.
Those guys can't even be in the race.
How are they even in the race?
I've never heard of that guy.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. I think there's just 20 people in the race.
Noah Gragson.
I think there's only 20 people in the race.
Do they have to put odds on a lot of people in case somebody like takes a car over, like if a guy gets the COVID or something?
I don't know. Danielle Suarez is in this thing.
she's I know her better than I do some of those others.
There's a good chance
I'm
that
counting
Daniel,
right at like 32. Is that possible?
I think it's 20, but maybe there's something. Maybe they've got qualifying races to get into the main race. Yeah. You know what I mean? Maybe Danielle and her crew has to win a qualifier heat just to get into the main show.
All right, here.
Dito?
No, they're doing qualifying for 23 spots. That's why you got so many people.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So there you go. 23 spots when they hit the main, whatever they call those the races on Saturday night, the main event.
Yeah.
All right. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson LT's Look Ahead to the Field of the Busch Clash.
I never thought we would get there today.
We got a Danielle Suarez today, and we got Wimp calling Siri. I mean, he made it sound like it was 7 syllables.
Don't act like you know who that Daniel guy is.
No, I think we've talked about him before. We may have actually had him on the show.
Nah, I don't think so. Hey, but to find out if LASIK is right for you, call Michelson Laser Vision 969. I will bet my right nut we've never had him on the show.
Okay.
969-8100. You can go online, MichelSonLaserVision.com. That's 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up. Hassle-free consultation. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 2200 vision before I went in. I've now got 2015 vision. Better than 2020. Make the call today. 969-8100 or online. MichelSonLaserVision.com.
Where I came from, everybody always said the left one, but he always goes right one.
I always do center.
Which is one of my three.
Yeah. Well, my right one's closer to you. So.
I'm with Lance. I'm not trying to save his testicles, but I do not think we've had Daniel Suarez on the show, and I think I would
never heard of the
I think
guy.
I would have known.
If you would have asked me who he was, I would have said, hell, I don't know.
That's a good answer.
That's a great answer. Back in a moment on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels. February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips. And from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, John Lunsford here from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. As a former offensive lineman, I understand what it's like to be a bigger guy. Despite my success on the field, my habits did not equate to healthy habits later in life. However, our friends at Way to Wellness have developed a plan to help me and all of us here at The Next Round get healthy without killing the fun that we have as a show. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about Way to Wellness and follow our journey at nextroundlive.com and see how you can win a prize to celebrate our good health together with our friends from Way to Wellness.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
I've got a text coming in right now. Russell Branham of Talladega. What will be known this day forward as the right testicle bed. My question was very simple. Did we have Daniel Suarez on our old WJOX show?
Russell says, I've never heard of him.
Yep. He says, no. I know you had him in Atlanta for an appearance, and I thought we had him on with you guys, but I'm not sure.
Let me say this. I do remember what he's talking about there. There was some deal in Atlanta where they were calling us from Atlanta with a driver. I don't remember it being Daniel Suarez. I think I would have remembered that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, there is that possibility. Now, you triggered that memory when you said that.
Yep.
I remember that, but I thought it was a bigger name than him.
Yeah, not in studio. He thought he put him on the phone with us one time.
There is that possibility. That is not outside the realm of possibility.
We have never had Daniel Suarez on the show.
Now, was that the one that cost you your testicle?
If we had him on?
Yeah. No, we did not. We did not shake on it.
Yeah, I'll double down. Y'all can castrate me if we've ever had Suarez on the show.
What do you have to?
I know we have.
What do you have to shake on that bet, Jim? Lance, I mean that is a bold statement. We've had a lot of people on our show. We've been doing a show together.
I get it. I get
You've
it.
got the book.
Yeah, I know.
You write every guest.
Yeah, we definitely did not have him in studio.
No, I know it wasn't in studio.
Yeah.
If it would be interesting if Russell could find the date of that event, Lance could go look it up in the book.
Yeah. And people don't know this about Lance. And we hope to, someday share with you a bunch of stuff about our history of our show and some behind the scenes stuff. But LT keeps this. Do you call it a journal?
Well, it's a journal. Yeah, when I started doing radio years and years ago, I mean, it's a 20-plus year journal, and I thought it would be cool for my kids to be able to see some of the guests and some of the things we've done on the show.
Daniel Suarez.
So I would write down the date. I would write down guests if anything significant happened that day. Like if Brian Flores, said the NFL was racist. I would put that.
Hypothetically.
Oh, so you like put a big news story in there too?
I mean, if there's something that's breaking.
Right.
Yeah. Eric Estrada made your journal yesterday.
He made the journal. There was nothing significant I put next to Eric Estrada.
You didn't put that he knew Bruce Jenner?
I did not.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art, Rockstar's viewing menu every day.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com. Would you love to see if Danny Moore would do a picture of Poncho jumping the motorcycle?
That motorcycle would be hard to jump.
You'd have a story about it.
It's
take a while to get to the motorcycle. Something to make you feel old today. I'm a big supporter of this show. 9 p.m. on Comedy Central, the premiere of South Park. Season 25.
Wow.
Never seen an episode.
We learned with South Park and Simpsons, if you can find a really good idea where the characters never age, you can do it forever if you want to, right?
Yeah.
Well, they did a COVID special where the characters aged on Paramount Plus. It was really, really funny. It was an hour film. And then on Hulu, the premiere of Pam and Tommy. I don't know if it's supposed to be a dark comedy or
I think it is.
Because they have some actor has the voice of Tommy's member.
Oh,
they keep saying that there's a voice for that.
That seems over the top.
That threw it over the top for you.
Yeah, that does.
I'm not going to.
I mean, if you've got the true story about how the whole the tape broke and the legal battle and everything, I think it would be interesting.
Hey, my eyes down here.
Oh my God.
Oh jeez.
I even got from Scott.
Well, it had to be a deep voice, right, for Tommy. Is that everything? Is that what you're watching tonight?
Yes.
Are you guys going to watch it though?
No, I am not.
No, I see it's got an 87% on Rotten Tomatoes.
But it has the guy from Parks and Rec, who was the guy in charge of the Park and Rec. He's funny, mustache guy. It has in the Jason and Jason Segel or whatever his name is. Isn't he in there?
I'm a big fan of Lily James.
Yeah, Lily James playing Pamela.
Yeah. And she actually, she kind of looks the part. She's very attractive just on other roles that she's done. I never would have thought her cast as Pamela Anderson, but Seth Rogen being in this, Andrew Dice Clay's in this.
Seth Rogen's who I was talking about.
Nick Offerman's the guy you're talking about from Parks and Rec.
You know Lily James is British, right?
Yep.
That's crazy, man.
Because the first time I saw her was in Downton Abbey when she, basically played up.
I didn't know she was in that, but I'm always blown away. Like, I looked up the girl that plays Ruth on Ozark. Julie Garner, fantastic actress.
Great
right?
hair too.
Well, I looked her up, and I'm like, it's not going to shock me if she's British. As crazy as that sounds, based on the way she talks to us, she's actually from like New York City. And I've watched some interviews with her. She is really funny.
They have to work to make her unattractive.
Her in real life, she looks way different than she does as Ruth. But she's a really funny person.
Her mouth is incredible.
She is a really funny person. Like, I've seen some interviews with her. She does a spot on Britney Spears and Gwen Stefani imitation.
Well, she looks like she can do a Stefani.
Yeah, they're spot on, man. They are so good.
That's what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. The Michigan job looks like it's going to come open. I guess you guys are, with everything going on in the National Football League, they still are filling jobs, and it looks like Jim Harbaugh is going to take the Minnesota job. Recruits are saying that, and fathers of recruits are saying that Jim Harbaugh has told their kids that if given the opportunity, he is going to sign with Minnesota today. He is interviewing today, and he is expected to be the new head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. First, from the Michigan standpoint, that opens the door for Josh Gaddis to be promoted, something you were in favor of, but according to reports, Matt Rule would be interested in that job.
Well, I wasn't saying I was necessarily in favor of it. I just think the timing where we are right now, I don't know another direction you actually go unless a guy like Matt Rule would leave Carolina. And if Matt Rule wants to get back to the college job, I mean, this is one of the elite jobs in college football. Would you say Michigan still is a top 10 job?
Michigan's
playoff
the best
team last year, yeah.
Michigan's the best job he would have ever had. And I include Carolina in that.
Yeah, Carolina without a quarterback.
No, I'm serious.
No,
That's the situation he took Carolina over in. I mean, I think Michigan right now is a better job than that.
I mean, Michigan right now is going to be a top 10 preseason team next year.
Yeah.
So you can immediately win with this team.
Yeah, Carolina's not a top 10 NFL team
No,
next
you
year.
don't have a quarterback.
Yeah, you don't have a quarterback. So the situation he took Carolina over in, Michigan's a better job, and it's the best job that he would have ever had. It's better than Penn State. It's better than Baylor. It's better than Temple. He was always rumored for Penn State. It's better than Temple. It's better than Baylor. It's better than Carolina. This would be huge for him and reset it for Matt Rule.
I do have a feeling that Michigan, and this is going to sound bad, I think they're going to be stuck with Josh Gaddis. Josh Gaddis might end up being the next Nick Saban. I just don't think Matt Rule's going to take this job. But if I'm a Michigan fan, I would rather have Matt Rule.
If I'm Matt Rule, I've already had to fire Joe Brady. I know I'm next. I mean, I know that was a guaranteed contract, whatever he got.
That's right. I mean, your time is always limited in the
That's
NFL.
right.
Now, you may be able to get another job in the NFL, but I mean, if you don't get quarterback right in this free agent deal going on or in this draft, then you're in trouble at Carolina. You got to have a quarterback. Now, unlike other years in the National Football League, we're to the point now where big name, older quarterbacks are choosing free agency.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers being out there, I mean, I don't know what a Jimmy G does for you going to Carolina.
Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, and Jimmy Garoppolo, all three could be out there.
That's right. They could be. And if you can get those, if you're Matt Rule, I mean, Garoppolo not as much, but those other two, Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, now it's stick around.
But still, I think Garoppolo is good enough. 35-16 as a starting quarterback.
That's right.
He's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to 2 NFC Championship games. If I'm Matt Rule, Jimmy Garoppolo is good enough to take us where we need to go.
If I get Rodgers, Russell, or Jimmy G, I could stay there because I'm in a division now that doesn't have Tampa with a quarterback. New Orleans doesn't really have a quarterback. Atlanta's old.
Yeah. Yep. You make a great point because in the NFL, you never get good young quarterbacks in free agency. They never get to free agency. I mean, you have to draft good young quarterbacks and you have to get it right in the draft. That's the only way you can do it. But we are in an era where we're seeing more and more veterans enter free agency. Peyton started it. Brady did it. It looks like Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson are going to do it. That's a little different aspect than we've ever had in the NFL. Used to, these guys would play to the end of their career in New England or Seattle or Indianapolis and be done.
Yeah, but that's because of the salary cap and so much money being spent on the quarterback position that it opens up the door for these guys to leave. Dennis Dodd did a list yesterday anticipating that this was going to happen for Harbaugh. He lists the names we mentioned. Josh Gaddis, who's the offensive coordinator, Matt Rule of the Panthers, Bill O'Brien of Alabama, who you brought up, and Matt Campbell of Iowa State on that list, and one other name, P.J. Fleck, Minnesota.
Wow.
What do you think of that?
It would not excite me. Here's why. I feel like P.J. Fleck is a guy that I think he's built his whole persona on being an underdog, being at the underdog program, and we got to keep rowing the boat. We got to keep fighting. I just don't know how that translates to a primo job like Minnesota.
Yeah, I think his players really like him. The problem I have with P.J. Fleck is he seems like it's more about him than the program. It's almost Deion Sanders-like.
It is a little bit, but I think that's kind of what you have to do when you've taken those programs. When you've taken the Central Michigan job and the Minnesota job, you got to be that rah-rah, I'm out there guy. I got all these quotes, and I'm going to wear it on my shirt.
Lane Kiffin, come to the SIP.
We're going to buy into this. I'm going to sell this, and we're going to buy into it. I just don't know that stuff works.
He's more, though, of a modern-day Jim Harbaugh, though, the way he acts.
That's right. Yeah.
But if you talk to Michigan fans, do you think you want another Jim Harbaugh type?
Well, I mean, you ask Michigan fans. I mean, I talked to one the other day, and I asked him about Josh Gaddis, and he just said, I think we're going to get stuck with him because of the timing. So I don't think Michigan fans are necessarily excited about Josh Gaddis. I mean, you guys watch that offense. Yeah, they can run the football, but there was nothing like extraordinary about watching.
Well, you would think if you open this job to the open market, you'd get some pretty good interest here.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a bad part of the cycle.
I know it is, but I mean, all right. So give me, like, if you were Michigan athletic director and you wanted to hire a coach, who would you hire? Just
Brian Flores.
Give me a name.
I mean, Matt Rule is a great name.
Okay, give me a college coach. I'm the sitting college coach. I can hire a sitting college coach. Give me a name.
Well, I mean, you had a lot of guys who moved that I would have gone after. I would have gone after Brian Kelly. I mean, I would have done that. I would have gone after Lincoln Riley.
I mean, you can't go under.
Those guys have moved now.
They are.
I heard an interview yesterday on NFL Sirius XM with Luke Fickell from the Senior Bowl. And, he's got obviously the Ohio State ties. He played there, so you probably don't get an Ohio State guy, but he is just so comfortable now. And you get the feeling that Cincinnati's going to be around for a long time.
Luke Fickell takes that job just like that. I don't know.
Do you think he does?
I do, yeah.
I don't think he would.
Oh, you don't?
I don't think
you don't think he would take the Michigan job from Cincinnati for what reason?
Well, because Cincinnati, he brought this up, we're about to become a Big 12 school. I think Cincinnati would almost pay him as much as Michigan, probably a couple of million less, which is still significant.
I don't think there's any
way.
But
I think there is some kind of loyalty from Luke Fickell to the Ohio State University that he wouldn't take that job. Now, I could be wrong. Dunaway, how do you feel about that? I don't know. I got a feeling he wouldn't take it.
Well, I'm not sure they would. I'm not sure they would hire him because of the Ohio State.
That's stupid on their part.
Well, Luke Fickell is a much better option, at least right now. We don't know Josh Gaddis. Again, could be the next Nick Saban, but Luke Fickell would be a much better hire right now. What about Matt Campbell?
Well, Matt Campbell, I was about to bring him up. To me, he's like PJ Fleck. I mean, Matt Campbell works at Iowa State, but does he work in a major program? And he didn't work this past year, guys. I mean, he had a veteran roster that had been together for a long, long time with a quarterback, with a running back, and they regressed. They were not as good this year.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I still think Matt Campbell is a really, really good football coach. I mean, you got to remember he's taken Iowa State to the Big 12 championship game. That should stand alone. It is hiring the mid-major basketball coach to a blue blood school in basketball. Those generally do not work because the mid-major guy has sold a bunch of 2-stars on us beating the 5-stars. Then he comes and he's recruiting 5-stars, and it's a different sell. And the guy that Matt Campbell is recruiting and coaching at Iowa State is different than the guy he's coaching at Michigan. That's
right.
not to say he can't adjust,
but you can't really
he does
coach
have
him.
To adjust.
You can't coach him the same way.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he can't adjust, but he's got to adjust. And do you want a guy that's got to adjust?
Well, there's a guy I would look at in the SEC, and I don't know if he'd take the job or not, but that's Mark Stoops. I mean, look, he played in the Big Ten.
That's not a bad hire.
He's got the Iowa connection with Hayden Fry.
And this is a guy that, look, Kentucky was a complete doormat. And if you can get Kentucky to 10 wins and have them second in the SEC East.
And let me tell you what, Michigan fans love that style of football. The style he plays is what Michigan fans would absolutely love.
And that's really, he recruits the Big Ten footprint.
Would he take the job?
I think in a heartbeat.
I think he would too.
I think he would too.
He'd crawl backwards.
Well, that's one of those that I would at least look that direction.
Yeah, Mark Stoops is a good pull by you off of the normal list there. All right, Michigan. We'll keep an eye on, see if that job opens up, and if the Vikings pull the trigger on Jim Harbaugh, and there's a chance if he doesn't that Harbaugh could be going to Miami. It does look like Harbaugh is on the move there. That is one football story. On the other side of Auburn's big basketball win last night, 100-81 over Alabama. In basketball, we've got more basketball tonight here in town. If you want to go catch Sanford, a home game against Chattanooga, who's really good in the SoCon. That's happening tonight down on the Sanford campus. And don't forget afternoon basketball in the SEC. Florida and Missouri moved up to 2 o'clock. You can watch that on the SEC Network. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. LT, tell us about getting a refinance or a new mortgage in 2022.
Yes, Dunaway. If you're in need of some quick cash, keep those New Year's resolutions afloat. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they're the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. With a cash-out refinance, you can make your most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity. Whether it's building a home gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe, you can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right, when we come back, new name in the National Football League. What do you think of the Commanders? Plus what went on with Kevin Steele next on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne, serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. It may feel like summer's a long way off, but it will be here before you know it. Now is the time to let our friends at Wayne's get your lawn in shape to ensure you and your family enjoy that barefoot good summer lawn. The first month's free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Give them a call today. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com and let Wayne's create your happy place.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Farmfolio chat room. Brown will tell you about Farmfolio in just a second. Talking about where Auburn could lose a game or their next game. We mentioned Tennessee. Vernon says Bruce has owned Tennessee, so he's not worried about that one. Jabari says Arkansas worries me a little bit there. Arkansas, that road game in Fayetteville. That team, though, has not played up to expectation, but I guess that's where a loss could come, is that a team that on the roster on paper looks pretty good, but that team has underachieved almost from the get-go this year.
You know, coming into the season, a lot of people thought that Musselman, it might be the third best team in the SEC. I mean, you say that, Dunaway, this is a team now that has won 6 consecutive games. And, 4 of those games, 4 of the 6 by double digits, including one over West Virginia this past weekend.
I'll tell you what starts to happen to you when you wear the target like Auburn does. A team like an Arkansas, a Mississippi State, a Florida, those type teams, those level teams, you're their ticket to the NCAA tournament.
That's right.
And they're up for that game. It's their Super Bowl that day. If you've got an off day, you're my ticket to the NCAA tournament. I beat you, I probably get in.
Yeah, Bruce told that to his team. In fact, I think Billis was telling that story last night that, everybody's giving us their best shot. We're the way they get into the tournament. Right. Other comments in the Farmfolio chat room after Brown tells us about Farmfolio.
If you are worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
All right. Kevin Steele was the Maryland defensive coordinator, at least on a verbal commitment, for a few hours. And then he ends up being the defensive coordinator with Mario Cristobal at Miami. As pointed out by Paul in the Farmfolio chat room, Kevin Steele building up those frequent flyer miles, bouncing job to job, midair impact on his way to College Park in a plane, and flips that thing around. Hey, turn this thing around. We're going to Miami.
Well, look, you got to feel like the Miami situation is a better situation, at least stability and longevity. I mean, Cristobal just got there. I mean, Miami mortgaged a lot to get Cristobal from Oregon to Miami. So if Steele does the job that he did at Auburn, he should be there maybe until the end of his career. He's 63 years old. This guy has been everywhere. He's coached under guys like Bobby Bowden, Nick Saban, Tom Osborne. And I don't know. He seemed like he got better and better as his career went on.
He did. I better never hear. I love Kevin Steele. He's an extremely nice man and used to at least listen to our show. I don't know if he does anymore. If he is, I'll tell him this. I better never hear him complain about the transfer portal. Ever. ever.
Right.
Some coaches might be able to. Kevin Steele cannot.
Kevin briefly at Tennessee for about 50 days, maybe.
He got like $850,000 out of that, too.
Yeah, so he was at Tennessee for a brief moment. Maryland, at least a wink and a nod, and now he's going to be the DC at Miami. At Auburn from 2016 through 2020. At Alabama in 07, 08, 13, and 14. A couple of stops there. Went to Clemson for a while. Very well respected in the world, and has not coached a game, though, I believe, since the Auburn, was that the Outback Bowl?
Yeah. His last game under Gus Malzahn's staff, Gus was going, but under Gus Malzahn's staff is the last game he's coached. He's had 3 college jobs since then.
Yeah. And then we'll get into the new name in the National Football League after LT tells us about the great folks at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. Write that number down. It's the number you need to call. Make 2022 the year you don't get the dangerous ladder out. If you get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die, you're no good to the wife or kids. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 823-2212. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Will keep all that debris out. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Almost a 20-year service record right here in the city of Birmingham. 45% off the retail price right now for the viewers and listeners of the next round. Call Chris Stewart, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Not a discussion about should they have changed the name or not, because that has been long discussed. You're to a point where you're either choosing to stay Washington football team or you're picking another name. And there's no way you can come up with another name, I think, that is initially impressive. I'll go back. I didn't like the Carolina Panthers, and I didn't like the Jacksonville Jaguars. And to be honest with you, I'm still not really fond of the Carolina Panthers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Titans seem normal now, but I didn't love it initially when there was the Tennessee Titans leaving from the Houston Oilers.
Yeah, and I sure don't like this new one.
It takes a while. Well, I knew you wouldn't, but it takes a while. That's my point.
Yeah.
It seems everything when it's new seems like it's part of one of these upstart leagues. It seems like it's in the USFL
XFL,
or
whatever.
the Alliance or something like that.
Can you think of one you liked? Can you think of one where when they announced, you're like, I like that?
Well, I mean,
the Crimson Tide?
Well, I mean, I wasn't around for that. But
that was the joke, Jim.
The Buccaneers was different. But I was a kid, so it was a cartoon pirate with orange and whatever color red that is. I mean, it was a bright color. I mean, it's the same reason people, go by McDonald's and says, I'm hungry for McDonald's.
Yeah.
That red and yellow does something. There was something about that I liked as a kid. That's why I'm a Buccaneers fan. But no, I can't think of any time something new pops out. Well, which one?
The Colorado Rockies. I like the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, I had not thought of that.
I like their uniforms.
Yep.
I like the black, a little purple.
Colorado Rockies, though, I believe, was an NHL hockey team at one point, or a hockey team that had folded.
Might have been, but I didn't know that, and I liked it at the time. I'm with Lance. Now that I think about it.
And there was one more, the Minnesota Timberwolves. I thought the Timberwolves, I think it was an awesome name. I like that logo.
I think I remember. I don't want to just stay in Denver with you there, Lance, but I thought I remember liking the Avalanche too. Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah. I probably never would have thought that was bad. Look, they had it right with the Redskins, and, we're just in a sad time that, unfortunately for Braves fans, your Braves are going to get canceled. I don't know when that's going to happen. It will happen sooner than later. This was one of the great organizations in sports. You took the Redskin name away, and now you got a terrible name.
I would have I had gotten accustomed to Washington football team. I didn't think that was that bad. I guess
it was just so generic, so soccer-like.
Very soccer-like, yeah. Very European soccer.
I had gotten used to it.
That's right. And, they keep they're keeping a W. It's part of their symbol. I've seen some of the uniforms now. I'll tell you, I like the uniforms. They got one uniform. They got one helmet with a small W right here and the numbers on the side. Yeah. That looks good. I think it's a black helmet with the gold W and the numbers on the side. Some of the uniforms look really good.
I don't like the font of the W, though.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about that. I didn't like the uniform that had Commanders on it right there on the chest. I didn't like that one because I saw 3 of them this morning. And I do think Jonathan Allen was wearing one. Didn't he say he had seen it and everybody's going to like it? Yeah.
There's some lines on the back of one of them under and over your last name where there's a line there that I guess it's from a military-looking font. It's a pretty cool look, but it's impossible to win the press conference with a new name. I think.
It's so hard. I mean, gosh, try naming a show. Okay, so they've Scotty's got the
black. The black
it looks like
terrible.
The Steelers. The black looks like the Steelers.
The white.
So you don't like the black W on the helmet there like that?
No.
Oh, I like that a lot.
And the one in red, the all red there, it's got Commanders across.
The black uniform looks like an Arena League uniform.
I think the one up front would be the one I would like the most
with
of
you.
them.
Yep.
The all white.
Yeah.
The all white.
Yeah. That's the Washington Commanders, now part of the National Football League with that name change. By the way, the Broncos up for sale. It's going to be the biggest sale in American sports history. Peyton Manning's group is in the mix for that as they try to purchase that National Football League team. Open couple of hours coming up. You can jump on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline by calling 205-734-0923, 734-0923, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Great folks right up there off I-65 in Coleman and Decatur.
Yeah, you're talking about my guys, Rodney and Nick Johnston. It's a great father-son duo, family-owned business there off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal Rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem. For a dry tech specialist, they're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with the next round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show this hour, brought to you by the great folks at Champy's world-famous fried chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great place to get by for lunch or dinner today or any day. Sterling and his crew down there to take care of you. They're going to be helping us with a special event coming up next week. It's the hope, right? We'll tell you more about it when we actually do it.
Yeah, we're looking next week.
Yeah, but Sterling and his crew at Champy's world-famous chicken will be helping us out with that. You can go by for lunch and get the great po' boy, which is really good. They've got unbelievable chicken tenders, the chicken plates with the great sides. I love the Mississippi Delta tamales. You get the chicken on a stick, which is one of my favorites, with the peppers and the onions, deep fried right there. It's a great, great food. Champy's world-famous chicken. Check out the menu, champyschicken.com, and order ahead and just swing by and take it home for your party or back to the office for a nice meeting as well. We start off with basketball. Last night, Auburn, number one in the country, they handle Alabama 100-81. Auburn now 21-1. They've won 18 straight games. They went on runs of 9-0, 11-0, 13-1 with Wendell Green Jr. on the court. Walker Kessler was the star, though. He was a couple of questionable block foul calls from having a triple-double. Here's Walker Kessler on contributing more this time than he did in the win at Alabama.
Yeah, I wanted this one because I felt like last game I didn't get the opportunity that I wanted to against Alabama. So, I was pumped for this game. I was amped. And I was happy the refs let me play.
The refs let him play last night, and he did. Auburn wins. They're at Georgia next. Alabama's at home Saturday to take on Kentucky, top 5 Kentucky, who did they play last night? They get a win last night?
Kentucky plays tonight.
They
got Vanderbilt tonight.
Should be an easy win for the Cats there. National Signing Day going on today. Earlier, one flip from Auburn. Caden Story of Lynette had hoped, Auburn fans hoped he'd go to Auburn. Florida fans thought they were going to get him. He ended up flipping to Clemson, and Dabo Swinney. More signing day looks at who is committed, flipped, or changed a little bit later on in the show. And as we talked about earlier, Kamar Wheaton, the 5-star running back from Alabama, in the portal on his way out. Never got to see this guy in the field. Knee injury. And then when it looked like physically he'd be ready in November, never really got on the field, never got dressed, never got out there and made plays. Debates behind the scenes on whether or not, he was all in on staying at Tuscaloosa. Ends up he is out the door portal-wise, and he's going to go somewhere else. So interesting to see what is next for Kamar Wheaton, a 5-star running back who is now in the portal. And we just discussed Jim Harbaugh possibly becoming the next head coach at Minnesota. Those are your headlines this hour. Back to basketball last night. You asked an interesting question back in the first hour of the show when we started this. And it may have been a commercial break we were talking about this because, we've seen national champions in football in our state, a lot of them recently. But we've never seen a basketball national championship. This team is built to be national champions. This isn't a team where we're talking about it's going to make a deep run. This isn't a team we're talking about can go to the Final Four. This is a team that maybe even just getting to the Final Four and losing there like the last Auburn team that went to the Final Four did, that may end up being a disappointment for this team.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I think they're the best team in college basketball. I'm trying to pull right now who is your favorite in Vegas to win the college basketball national championship. I mean, it really should be Auburn if
Well, it should be Auburn, but I've got friends earlier this year, even after Auburn was moving up in the polls, that got it at 50-1 and 40-1 for Auburn to win the national championship. That's a pretty good ticket to be holding right now for a team that's number one in the country and on an 18-game win streak, and Billis says is separating from everyone else.
Well, this is updated. So Gonzaga's still your favorite at 6-1. Auburn's only 8-1 right now. They're your second favorite.
So they've gone from 50-1 to 8-1.
And they should be. I mean, if you've watched this team behind them at 10-1, both Duke and Purdue, Auburn's that good of a basketball team right now. And I do think, is Bruce Pearl going to have a better opportunity? I mean, Bruce Pearl has proved himself to be an elite coach who's already been to a Final Four with Auburn. I just don't know if he's going to have this roster again. I mean, this is a great roster.
When you say better opportunity to win a national championship.
Yeah. It's so difficult to do in basketball.
It is. I mean, this is the best roster he's had. He has shown, though, he can recruit, again, lottery guys like Jabari Smith, maybe the number one overall pick, to Auburn. So I don't think this is like – I'm trying to think of an example of a school that just fell backwards into a great player somehow. That's not what Auburn is doing. He's able to recruit to Auburn. So, I think he's always going to be able to put good teams out there.
Obi Toppin was one.
Yeah,
he was
Obi
your
Toppin
national player of the year.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately we had COVID and it canceled the tournament. I mean, Dayton was going to be a 1 seed. Obi Toppin was your wooden player of the year. They had an opportunity to win a national championship.
John Moran at Murray State. Yeah, this is not that This is not that situation where I just happen to fall into the number one overall draft pick. Bruce Pearl can recruit those guys to Auburn. Now, is he going to do it consistently? I don't know, but he can.
One interesting note about Auburn, if you sit and watch the starting lineups, not one player from the state of Alabama, that didn't surprise you, but 4 of them from the state of Georgia.
God, Georgia it's exploded in football and basketball. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Which is so, just real quick, so weird that Georgia can't ever be good. You would think if Georgia could just recruit their own state, they'd be okay.
In basketball, because they're national champions in football.
Obviously, yes. I think that went without saying. But, in basketball. So weird. But this, all what I just said, it's going to be hard to get a better roster than what you got right now. This is such a good roster for Auburn. It'd be hard.
This is a 3-and-out type question, but if I asked you moving forward, and I'll include this year, more Final Fours from Bruce Pearl or national championships from Nick Saban?
Oh. Well, I think Bruce is going to do it longer.
There's no doubt
Yeah,
Bruce
but
is
how
going to
many
do
Final
it.
Fours is he going to hit?
I mean, Bruce, we'll give him, what is he, 61, 62?
62. Give him 8 more years. Give him that full contract.
Yeah, we'll say he coaches till he's 70. 8 more years. Nick Saban's got, let's say 3.
I mean, if in 8 more years Bruce Pearl went to 1 more Final Four, it would be a spectacular job. Those are hard to get to.
Look, I'm not trying to jinx Auburn fans at all, but something has happened. You've had not a monumental. You've had a big upset if you don't get to a Final Four this year. If this team stays healthy.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I mean, if this team comes short of the Final Four, it's a disappointment. This team light years better than the last Final Four team, but we know it's the toughest championship to win, in my opinion.
It is. But the way they're going to be seeded, look, you're obviously going to have to beat a 2 in a regional final possibly to get there. So you're going to have to beat a top 10 team to get there. But the way this team is constructed, the way they're playing, and they just seem to me to be getting better and better. I know they had the Missouri hiccup. You're going to have those games, and those are the type of games that can get you beat in the tournament.
If it just goes chalk, you beat a 16, an 8, a 4, and a 2 to get to the Final Four.
Yeah, and then you got to play 2 once to win a national championship.
Yeah. And really, the first 3 rounds should be nothing for this basketball team.
Should be nothing.
And then the 1-2 matchup to go to the Final Four would be a showdown. Then when you get there, which is what makes it so tough, then you get to the Final Four, and oh, by the way, you got to beat 2 of the best teams in the country.
Yeah, and look, and I look at teams that have got front courts that would be formidable. You know, Purdue is one of those teams, but, you know, Purdue's probably going to be a 1 seed. I mean, if they win the Big Ten, they're going to be a 1 seed.
So Tom Izzo's been at Michigan State 26 years. And you'd say he's been pretty successful.
Yeah, I mean, it's January, February, Izzo.
But I think it's only 5 Final Fours,
It
right?
is 6 out of 26 years. That shows you how, I mean, that guy has been at or near the top
So
of the game.
a little better than 1 in 5 years.
That's 1 in 5 at a really good program, which Auburn has become. But, I mean, Izzo has been a super successful coach.
Yeah.
And he's doing it 1 out of every 5 years. I mean, those things are hard to get to.
I think realistically, if Bruce can continue doing what he's doing, the life of this contract, 2 Final Fours would be, I mean, that would be incredible. I mean, for him to have, if he ends up with 3 Final Fours at Auburn, would be incredible. So if I gave him 2, I mean, Nick Saban's not going to win 2 more national championships, is he?
Coach K's last Final Four, this is hard to believe, was 14-15. And that one was when they won the national championship. He had not made one since 2003 and 4. I mean,
well, look at Calipari. Look at Izzo. I mean, these elite coaches. I mean, a lot of them hadn't been to Final Fours in a while.
Yeah, and in fact, after that last one, I think it's when we did the stake bet. Coming off of that, who goes to more Final Fours this point forward, K or Saban? And I actually won that.
Oh.
Rarity, I won that stake bet.
You're running away with
But
it.
at that point, I mean, Duke just won the national championship, and you never knew when Saban was going to retire or Coach K.
Well, and again, remember they had, and again, you never know what's going to happen in basketball because the Duke team with Zion was really good.
Yep.
Right.
You know, and that Duke team with Barrett and Zion, they almost lost to Central Florida in the second round. They ended up losing in the Sweet 16, right? They lost to Michigan State. They didn't even get to the Elite Eight, I don't think.
For you Auburn fans who, start thinking about the tournament now, here's your road. If you stay number 1 overall seed, you'd be in Greenville, South Carolina for the first 2 games, first weekend. New Orleans, Louisiana for the Sweet 16. The next weekend. And then to the Midwest in Chicago.
Wait, New Orleans is
the Final Four.
You're right. I'm sorry. New Orleans is the team you could play in the first round. My bad. Greenville, and Chicago, and then to New Orleans.
So New Orleans to get to a Final Four in their own backyard is a 16. They're going to have to win 4 games.
Yep. Auburn.
You think?
Auburn versus a play-in, Southern or New Orleans is your road, according to Lenardi's last bracketology. Then you would play a 4-seed Providence-like team. Easy win there, right? Then you would play, 8-9. I got that all confused. Let me start over. Southern or New Orleans. And then according to Lenardi, you'd play the winner of the Miami-Oklahoma game where you just beat Oklahoma. And then you would play a Providence-like team, Providence or Illinois. And then you would play a 2-like seed, which is Kansas. And you just saw what Kentucky did to Kansas on Kansas's floor. So that's the kind of path you would get to the Final Four.
So the regional sites are Chicago, Philly, San Antonio, San Francisco. If I'm an Auburn fan, you could choose one of those 4.
Wait, San Francisco, Philly, San
Antonio, Chicago. That's Sweet 16 Elite 8.
Chicago.
Well, I think I'd take San Antonio. Yeah.
I think it's easier to get to Chicago.
Oh, it's probably easier. I'm just saying for a trip, I would take San Antonio over Chicago.
I think the Philly-Chicago flight's almost the same.
Yeah, it's about the same. Yeah, San Antonio. I don't know if there's a direct out of Atlanta, but out of Birmingham. San Francisco is the one I do not want to go to. Boy, that is all the way across.
That'll be Gonzaga.
It always seems like they throw a Duke. When Duke isn't a 1 overall seed or a 1 seed, they throw a Duke into a region of the country that you're like, why am I having to play Duke there?
That's right.
Right now, Duke.
Why am I playing Duke in Greensboro?
Duke will be in Philly. Purdue will be in Chicago. Gonzaga will be in San Francisco. Auburn and San Antonio.
Yeah, that's the path I would want if I'm an Auburn fan. Greenville, San Antonio, and New Orleans. Yeah, I like that one.
Lenardi yesterday had Duke in Philly, Auburn in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you take any of them.
And by the way, this is like the most difficult exercise to do. Like college football, I think it was in late September where we said we're on a path to see Georgia and Alabama. And we saw Georgia and Alabama. I have no idea what's going to happen in college basketball. But I do believe the team that we saw last night, if they play like that and they stay healthy, it's going to be hard to deny them at least a trip to New Orleans.
I still like my 4. I still like Auburn, Gonzaga, Purdue, and Houston.
I don't know how you could feel. I'll give you 2-1 that you can't get 3 or 4. Well, you said you still like your 4.
I said I still feel good about my 4.
I offered you 2-1.
Yeah.
I don't feel great about my 4. I think it's really difficult to do.
I'll put my 2-1.
I feel better that Kentucky will be there than some of your other teams.
You like Kentucky over Purdue and over Houston?
I think Kentucky's the second best team in college basketball. And again, I'll stick to this. If Ty plays, I think Kentucky beats Auburn that day.
So there's a good chance if they do the bracket correctly and they don't put Auburn and Kentucky on the same side, you think we could have an all-SEC Auburn-Kentucky national championship?
I think we could see that game 3 times this year because we saw it in Auburn Arena. I think we could see it in Tampa, and then I think we could see it again.
Yeah. Kentucky number 2 in KenPom right now. Gonzaga 1, Kentucky 2. So this guy, Ken Pomeroy, is big on Kentucky too, or at least his computers are.
Let me tell you about Vulcan Tire, at least LT tell you about Vulcan Tire, and we'll do a 3 and out right here. Vulcan Tire, great locations, including the Moody location that hosted the Foresters over the weekend.
Yeah, 4 locations for you and your family. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can winterize that car right now. Get in, go see our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more.
First down.
Okay, I put this together before I knew that Harbaugh is leaning Vikings, but I'll still throw it out there. Who gets back to the playoffs first, the Dolphins or the Vikings?
I mean, the Dolphins have been a game away for 2 straight years.
Does Harbaugh taking the Vikings hurt your chance, Brown, or is that what he's saying?
I mean, it all depends on who takes the Dolphins.
Well, I think it shows you this. Harbaugh could have had either one of those jobs. And I know the Dolphins are under a little turmoil. I think that will get cleaned up quickly, in my opinion. I don't think Stephen Ross was offering $100,000 to tank games. I think this is a load of horse shit, in my opinion, but that's another story. But I think Minnesota's got the better roster, and now that Aaron Rodgers is actually going to be gone from that division, you got Detroit, you got Chicago, you got Jordan Love. Minnesota's got your best opportunity. So for me, I think Minnesota might be your favorite next year, at least in the NFC North.
It's probably Minnesota. I mean, again, you don't know who the Dolphins coach even is, and it looks like Harbaugh's the Minnesota coach. So I'll probably go Vikings.
I'm not even sure. Who's the quarterback?
Well, I mean, does the quarterback give you hope at either place? I mean, are you a Tua believer?
Well, you know your backup is in Minnesota, right?
It's probably Case Keenum.
No, it's a good guess.
Yeah, it's always the backup.
It's Kellen Mond, and
that's right. I remember
Mike
Zimmer's
quote.
I've seen him in practice.
I mean, Kirk Cousins is good enough to get you to the postseason.
Postseason.
Kirk Cousins has gotten teams to the postseason.
I'm not sure he's going to be on the roster to start the
year. He
year.
might not be, but imagine if Minnesota landed a Russell Wilson. Or even if Aaron Rodgers pulls a Brett Favre.
Oh, you cannot. You can't do that if you're him. You can't follow that much of a script. I guess he went to the Jets first.
He went to the Jets first before going to the Vikings. But you're right. It is former Packers quarterback to the Vikings. Yeah.
But even Garoppolo with the Vikings, you guys would give me. I mean, that's a formidable team.
I will take the Vikings on what you said, is that they could be the best in the division.
I mean, you think about Justin Jefferson, Thielen, you've got a guy like Dalvin Cook in that backfield. I mean, you've got some major weapons offensively.
Yep, that's a good point. It's a good point.
Second down.
Okay, head coach next, or head coach again next. Brian Flores or Art Briles?
I mean, Flores, even with all this going on, is still slated to interview with the Saints. I mean, the guy, it's not as if people are just like, oh, God, I'm not going to interview him anymore. And he said himself he realizes this could end his career. He's accepted that already. I would say Flores is a better shot than Art Briles.
I would say Brian Flores as well.
Part of it is age.
Yeah, and part of it is that he's done it more recently than Art Briles has, and there's no accusation of harming people that Art Briles is. For Flores, I would say that he was just a head coach, and it's a class action lawsuit, so you don't know how many other coaches are going to sign their name to this. And if 1,000 coaches sign their name to this, then it's not Brian Flores who's on an island by himself. So I'll go Flores.
And Briles is 66. That clock is ticking hard.
Yeah. I would go Flores just based on age. I do think he's toxic for another few years. We'll see how this thing plays out. I tell you, it's going to be really interesting for your owner if, in fact, there is proof that he offered $100,000 to tank games.
Oh, he's not an owner anymore.
Well, you're not an owner
May
anymore.
go to jail.
And if you were, you would go to jail, and nobody would ever play for you again.
Oh, absolutely. No, he's out of the league. It's his best case scenario is he's out of the league.
Third down.
Okay, back to the Super Bowl first. I'll give you the combination of Joe Burrow and Matt Stafford, two quarterbacks we will see match up next week in Super Bowl 56, or Pat Mahomes.
I'll go Burrow and Stafford.
I would too.
I mean, I think Burrow is going to be a star for a long, long time, and I don't trust his owner to continue to put great players around him, but I'll go Burrow. Burrow and Stafford.
I mean, as long as he's got Jamar Chase with him. That combo is absolutely lethal, so I think I would as well. Yeah.
And it doesn't mean just because the Rams would win one this year doesn't mean they won't win it next year. I know it's hard to do, but it's a good roster in a market where they're going to always want to spend money. And I know they don't have draft picks, but they have money, and money talks, and people want to play in LA, so you technically could win multiple championships in Los Angeles.
Yeah, look, not to hex the team, but I do believe, the Rams window is probably 2 more years after this. And if Aaron Rodgers does take off and go to the AFC, can you imagine the quarterbacks that are over there? Josh Allen. I mean, obviously Mahomes, but he's got to deal with Herbert. You might have to deal with Rodgers, Burrow. There's a collection of better quarterbacks right now in the AFC. So I think I would take that combination of Burrow and Stafford.
Fourth down.
2 celebrity birthdays today. The late Farrah Fawcett would have been 75 today. Christy Brinkley is actually 69. If I asked you in their prime, who was better? Farrah Fawcett, Christy Brinkley?
That is a tough one. When you said that,
what are your visuals you get of these two?
I was about to say, when you said that, my Christy Brinkley visual is her in the Ferrari.
Me too.
Riding next to Chevy Chase.
Yeah, for me, it's cover of Sports Illustrated.
And that's a good look, by the way, in that Ferrari. The Farrah Fawcett one, I can't remember the magazine cover, but there's that famous magazine. I don't know the magazine. There's that famous magazine cover she was on.
Well, see, it's a poster for me.
Poster for
or
me
maybe it
was
was
Farrah,
a poster, yeah.
The red swimsuit, one piece.
Yeah.
For Farrah Fawcett with a lot of side boob.
And Farrah Fawcett, Christy Brinkley, look.
I'm going to go Brinkley.
Farrah Fawcett didn't seem like she had the work that maybe Brinkley had. It's really close. I probably lean Brinkley.
What do you mean work?
Like all of the plastic surgery. I think Brinkley had more done.
You mean later in life?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in their prime, the iconic poster or Sports Illustrated cover or Ferrari, I'm going to go Brinkley.
I got Brinkley.
She's a little bit more athletic, a little bit more toned up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the times too. But yeah, I would lean Brinkley.
Yeah. But close.
Really close, yeah.
Yeah, Farrah Fawcett, wonderful actress as well. And that is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
What was it, The Burning Bed, where she...
Yeah, that was really well done. I think she produced that as well.
They can do a bumper-to-bumper for you and your family, locally owned and operated, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, Auburn wins in basketball last night. Sanford's at home tonight. Don't forget the Legion FC. They kick off their season at Protective Stadium coming up later this month. In about 18 days down at Protective Stadium, Legion FC down there. February 20th, it's Atlanta United of the MLS coming in for a friendly at Protective Stadium. You can get your tickets for that and for the home opener, the season opener coming up in March, all at bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. Part of the show being brought to you by Rockstar/Lunsford's guy. Rockstar's off to take care of some business. There's our man John Lunsford on the Rockstar cam.
Yeah, it's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam's a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Bartow Classic this weekend at Bartow Arena. UAB hosting Middle Tennessee, 3 o'clock down there. The Blazers 7-2 in Conference USA. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy about that coming up later this week on the show before UAB hits the Bartow Classic at Bartow Arena, 3 o'clock Saturday.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day. Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself or they make a great gift for someone else. and let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
A couple other great basketball games tonight. LT mentioned how good Dayton was on the year we lost the tournament for the pandemic. Dayton and VCU in a quality game tonight, 8 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network. One of those mid-major games that you can sit back and really enjoy. You also have a couple of top 25 matchups tonight. Number 11, Wisconsin. Number 18, Illinois, 8 o'clock on the Big Ten Network. Late night, 9 o'clock up in Milwaukee on FS1. You get number 12, Villanova. Number 24, Marquette. All that happening on the hardwood tonight, along with the SEC action and Sanford's home game. And we'll be down at trivia later tonight. Odie's.
Yeah, Odie's Team Trivia every single Wednesday night. Make sure you join us. Brown's going to be with me tonight.
Yep.
You remember that, right?
I do 100% remember that.
So it's going to be me, Brown, and Rocky. So you'll have a lot of next round flavor at Odie's Team Trivia tonight. Get there a little early. Enjoy some of that incredible food. Rodney Davis has been putting together for almost 30 years, or actually 30 years now, from the burgers, the wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio, so you can sit inside or outside, enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets. But it's tonight, every Wednesday, Odie's Team Trivia. Come see Will Haver, that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
By the way, Super Bowl a week from Sunday. We'll get Marcus Spears on the show Friday from Vegas. He's there for the Pro Bowl happening there. The ticket price I checked right after the game, $5,819 to get in on StubHub. So where are we on that now?
So I just got. They just sent me a package. Let me pull this real quick. It's pretty crazy. So you can buy packages available, Rams packages or Bengals packages.
You need to go with the Rams.
Oh yeah, I would. But you get hospitality and everything. So you get the official ticket. You get an open air pregame party with Bengals or Rams, live entertainment, and special NFL legend appearances from either one of those teams. Now, here are details on the seats. Your cheapest get-in right now is $5,900.
Will you go cash on that, or are you thinking about using your Amex?
I'm going to pay probably and go gold
bullion.
Yeah.
Bitcoin?
Hey, I'm looking at the most expensive ticket right now is the VIP section 111, which is right there on about the 45.
I saw it for $10,800.
$34,850 for one ticket.
You need to buy that one.
It's gone up a bit.
You could triple your investment.
I heard our friend Rick Neuheisel yesterday, and he was talking about what you can get a 14-person suite for at SoFi for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Between 1.2 and 1.8 million.
But you divide that by 14 people, though.
Right, Brown, yeah.
I mean, don't forget that. You're not paying that out of your whole pocket.
It's almost official. I am not going to Super Bowl 50.
Almost official.
Almost
yes.
official.
It lives.
I'm not sitting in that 500 level. I will not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
By the way, the Seahawks in 2013, the last team to win the coin toss and the game.
Ooh.
And the Rams have to call it. They have to call it, so they'll either win or lose the coin toss. 2013, the last time the team that won the coin toss won the Super Bowl.
Interesting.
That's an interesting trend and angle.
Well, I know if the Rams actually win the toss, they will defer.
Rams are a visiting team in this, but they'll be in their own locker rooms because SoFi hosts 2 NFL teams, and the Bengals are nice enough to let the Rams stay in their locker room. They'll take the Chargers locker room.
Well, uniforms have become kind of an issue. At least, Rams fans have been talking about this. So you guys remember when they played in Super Bowl 53 against the Patriots, they wore their throwback.
Right.
You're not allowed to wear your throwback this year.
Yeah.
You've got to wear your primary.
And the Bengals are going black jersey.
They haven't announced it yet.
They have. They announced it today, yeah.
Okay. Well,
black jersey for the Bengals.
Well, then that's going to put the Rams all bone.
That's right.
Yeah, which I like the bone.
Yeah,
And the Rams play really well in the bone.
But you haven't played that in the postseason.
No, but the fans absolutely hate the bone.
Do they really?
Most of them do, yeah.
Wow.
They were hoping that they could go white jersey with the yellow pant, kind of the old throwback, but they're not. NFL won't allow it.
I don't understand why the Bengals not staying with the road white. They've won 2 huge games with that.
Yeah, but you beat the Raiders in that first wild card game in the black. I would go with the white, too, in the big games.
I think their whites look pretty darn good.
I think the white looks better,
Yeah,
too.
that's so much. We're playing on the road. We're in L.A.
Yeah, we're not. We're in their stadium,
That's
actually.
right.
I'm going to wear the white. All right, let's do trash. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Lunsford.
Thank you to the Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have 6?
You want 6?
No, stupid. Number 6.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, there is no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order, and our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make an important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. How about this? Social media scammers made off with $770 million last year. I almost got scammed 2 weeks ago.
When you bought that thing?
Yeah, I bought a jacket on through Instagram. It popped up.
Right.
And I thought it was a great deal, and it was through PayPal. And I bought the jacket, and it came back, and it was my receipt was in all Japanese.
Interesting.
And I never got shipping instructions. So after 3 or 4 days, I started to scratch my head, and I said, don't think this is legit. I reached out to American Express. I reached out to PayPal. Just got an email back yesterday. We have ruled in your favor.
That away. Yeah. That's a win for you.
But a lot of people are getting taken. It's really sad that this is the way some people live.
Well, I worry, about my kids who are on the internet a lot, 17 and 21. And then, people who are, I don't have a lot of people who are elderly in my life who are on the internet a lot, but my mom and dad are people of that age.
Sad.
Who can be taken advantage of, even with phone calls, because I can't tell you how many texts I get that I've just won, or I can claim $2,680 through a COVID bill or a Medicare care bill or this or that. And, there are a lot of people who are like, I could use $2,000. I'm going to click on this. And it's just sad. Nothing's for free. Just remember that. Nothing's for free.
So on January 25th, the Federal Trade Commission released a data spotlight report that claimed that consumers lost around $770 million to the social media-related scams in 2020. Around 95,000 cases of the fraud originated from either social media ad, post, or a message, accounting for more than a quarter of all reported frauds last year. Now, according to reports made to the FTC, numbers suggest that social media was the most profitable way for scammers to reach their victims. Now, the most profitable strategies for social media frauds, accounting for most dollars lost, promised fake romance. I think a lot of that is to the older generation,
no
which
doubt.
is really
Old
sad.
and lonely,
big returns on bogus investments. Scammers ask for payment through payment apps, cryptocurrencies, bank transfers, and gift cards. The report listed Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Telegram as the top platforms for scams.
Really sad.
Well, let me tell you how dumb do they think they am? Like in my DMs on Twitter, occasionally there'll be like a really attractive girl, and it just says hello.
Yeah, I'm going to fall for that one.
Okay.
Or you get the Facebook request.
First off, I don't know.
She's got one post or zero posts.
Yeah.
First off, I don't know you, and your opening line is going to be hello.
Yeah. So I get the Facebook request like from that, from the girl that's like a supermodel and she wants to be my friend on Facebook. I do always at least click on it to see who is a mutual friend of mine that's fallen for it.
Right.
It's kind of funny sometimes. In fact, there are a few common threads. Seems like someone fall for that a lot.
Lunsford, I don't know if you've got this video ready to go, but you heard about the Golden Corral?
Oh,
the
it's
brawl?
a brawl.
You don't have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you might be able to just quickly Google it. I don't know. Anyway, this past Friday night, it turned out to be a melee at a Golden Corral in Pennsylvania. Now police are trying to figure out how it started. A former employee of the restaurant says he was told the fight might have happened after a customer became enraged because the buffet ran out of steak.
Well, you do not want that to happen again.
I've only been to Golden Corral once. I remember when they first opened that one on Lorna Road. We went in and ate until we were just, it was just gluttonous how much we ate.
No, steak would be the reason why I'm eating the buffet, so I'd want it to be there. Are they going to bring me more steak back? I'd be a little calmer at that point.
Well, I actually read Lance may have more details, but I think I know the issue.
Video shared here with the Eyewitness News shows punches being thrown, high chairs flying as fights break out. Now, police confirm the brawl may have involved more than 40 people. According to a former employee, Dylan Becker, quote, "I've never seen anything like that in Golden Corral." Now, Becker, who used to work at this Golden Corral, says he was told by a current employee about the initial altercation. Quote, "From what I heard, it was over steak."
Oh, yeah. It's worth fighting for, a steak is. I read the story because I sent this to Rockstar. I think you did too, Jim. And my understanding, there was a news story that accompanied it, and the reporter interviewed somebody that was there. I think that was actually in the fight. And he said he ordered his steak rare, and the guy in front of him ordered it medium well. So they had a rare one, so they went ahead and handed it to the dude that ordered it rare. Medium well guy's like, why didn't you just keep it cooking and give it to me? I ordered first, and that's what started it all.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense, though. I would fight over that.
God
definitely.
forbid we ever come off the grid, but for people that ever wonder what society would be like if we had one of these apocalyptic moments, that's just over steak in a Golden Corral.
Yes. Imagine fighting over life-saving.
Okay, we've talked
medicines.
about Little Debbie's, their beloved snack cakes before here. Everybody's shared their favorites.
Right.
How about this? They're now ice cream flavors.
Oh, my. Look
This
at
week, Hudsonville Ice Cream announced a partnership with the snack cake icon Little Debbie that will see 7 of the latter brand's classic treats turn into pints of ice cream. Here they are. The oatmeal cream pie is going to be vanilla cream ice cream with soft oatmeal cookie pieces with a hint of molasses.
Oh, that sounds incredible.
I wonder if Nick would like that.
Oh, you know he would.
How about the Cosmic Brownies? Brownie batter ice cream filled with mini rainbow chips and brownie pieces.
See, my little one loves Cosmic Brownie. I bet you would eat that.
The zebra cake is going to be white cake ice cream with yellow cake pieces and milk chocolate fudge swirl.
Not a big zebra cake guy, personally.
I'm not either. Honey buns, honey bun flavored ice cream with glazed honey bun pieces and a sweet cinnamon swirl. Sounds a little too sweet.
Yeah, I'm not going to like that
Yeah,
one.
I do like honey buns.
But I'm waiting for the Nutty Bars one.
I'll get to it last on the way. Strawberry shortcakes. White cake ice cream with yellow cake pieces and a tart strawberry swirl.
Yep, I'd try that.
Not too bad.
Swiss rolls.
Okay. 100%. You don't even have to say anything else.
Chocolatey cake ice cream with chocolate cake pieces and a swirl of whipped cream.
Lunsford, can I just tell you, since everyone's on way to wellness right now, this will make all your mouth water. We had a sandwich place that we all frequented during the build out on the drive back from Indianapolis. So we all went in and had a huge sandwich, chips, large soda. And then we get back into the RV on the way back from Indianapolis. And the first thing is I'm craving at that point something sweet because that was salty. And we pulled out the Swiss rolls.
I love Swiss cake rolls. It's my favorite.
And, we had been in freezing temperature for days.
Yep.
So they were cold as you know what, cold as ice.
Straight out of the fridge.
Oh, it was so good.
All of those refrigerated are so much better.
They are, yeah.
So
any Little Debbie cake is better out of the fridge. Lunsford's 100% right. Yeah.
Talking about Little Debbie, now we've got a partnership with Hudsonville Ice Cream. Their final flavor, your favorite, the Nutty Bars. It's peanut butter ice cream swirled with chocolatey waffle cone pieces and a thick fudge swirl.
I would do that.
Right up your alley?
Yeah.
Just not a big peanut butter guy. That's what kills me on that.
I am so surprised about that.
Why does that surprise you?
Because I don't know anybody else that doesn't like peanut butter.
There's got to be other people that like.
Well, I'm
don't
sure
like
there's a
peanut
few.
butter.
I mean,
can't
Dunaway
believe
doesn't
of
like
all
mac and cheese.
Of all the people you know,
I would say that's the most odd thing that you don't like is peanut butter. The most odd thing you don't like is mac and cheese.
But can I tell you something? Your taste buds change so much. I have now had mac and cheese twice since we started this project. One of them the other day when we went for lunch.
Yep.
And I had mac and cheese, and it was good. It was really crunchy on the top. And then one other place had mac and cheese. Oh, it was when I paid off a steak. Did we have mac and cheese that night?
Oh, I think I did order mac and cheese on you. I didn't even think about it.
So I had some of that. It was really good as well. So, all of a sudden, I'm starting to like mac and cheese more and more.
Here are dinner facts for you guys. The inventor of the shopping cart, Sylvan Goldman, had to hire decoy shoppers to wheel the carts around stores and demonstrate their convenience due to it not catching on initially.
Did he walk real wobbly? Like he was always wobbly when he walked?
Don't you hate when you get that one with the
I
bad
do.
wheel? How about this one? Burt Reynolds took revenge from National Enquirer, who wrote badly about him for years, by dumping a helicopter full of horse manure on their Florida headquarters. I would think there would be a little criminal charge with that, wouldn't you?
I mean, you did not cross Burt, did you? Guy does not take it well.
Incoming.
Man.
Now, I've only been on 2 cruises. I don't know how you guys feel about them. I don't know how somebody would do this.
I've been on 2.
You can actually buy a room on a cruise ship and live on it. You pay a yearly fee, and all of the amenities are provided like normal cruise ships.
I've read a story about this, about, I believe it was a lady who, that was her retirement. She retired. She didn't want to go live like in Florida or in a retirement home, so she sold her house and did this. And she's like, I wake up every morning in a different part of the world, and she was on a cruise for 365
it'd be kind of cool
days.
if you don't mind a ship. I mean, you'd have different people all the time. You could have the different meals. You could, it might be fun for some people. I think I'd get a little claustrophobic, and I don't like being out at sea that much.
I think I would miss, and this is sad, your internet connection, if I remember correctly, was not very good, right? You don't have the internet.
The last cruise I went on was 17 years ago, and it was not that good.
Yeah.
Back then.
Well, I mean, that was dial-up.
Yeah, in Farmfolio, anybody that's been on a cruise within the last year, it's got to be better. And I wonder if you've got satellite television now. Like, I couldn't give up not watching Rams games.
Yeah, like if I could, on days I didn't want to go to the pool or to the fitness center or whatever, if I just want, or the casino on board or ride the little wave slide or whatever, could I just sit in my room and, binge watch something on Netflix?
I think that would be dangerous for you living with a casino.
Ooh. You think so?
Yeah.
What would they do? Throw me overboard?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you'd always, if you get a little bored, hey, I'm going to go play a little blackjack.
Yeah, that's a little too close for you.
Well, I'm scared about going to Vegas in a couple of weeks.
How about this final dinner fact for you? I had no idea. Did you guys realize when Jimi Hendrix played Woodstock, he had a clause in his contract that no acts could actually play after him? So due to the scheduling and technical issues, he didn't play his set until 9 a.m. Monday morning.
Wow.
By that time, almost everyone had gone home and missed his legendary set.
He kind of screwed himself.
Did you know that, Lunsford?
I didn't know that.
That's crazy.
I think I heard something about that.
I did know they got behind schedule, so people were playing at weird times. Like I was supposed to go on at 7 at night, and I was on at 4 in the morning.
One of my favorite things about that Leonard Skinner documentary we all watched was when they played with the Rolling Stones, and they were like, the one thing you cannot do is walk out on the tongue part of the stage. Mick does not want that, and that's all you had to tell the Van Zants.
That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, they were like, we'll walk out there anytime we want to.
Barefooted with grocery store feet.
That's right, and we're going to play our music.
Ranker.com has done the greatest TV characters of all time, the top 10. Number 10, Sherlock Holmes.
Believe or take Sherlock.
Doesn't do much.
Number 9, Bugs Bunny.
Oh, I like Bugs Bunny. Yeah, funny.
He's iconic.
First Bugs Bunny popped to mind right then.
I just see him with a hand on hip eating a carrot.
For some reason, when you say Bugs Bunny, he is singing opera and he's massaging some guy's head. It's going to be Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, could be.
Number 8, The Joker. Number 7, Arya Stark from Game of Thrones. Number 6, probably the best character in the show to me, Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad.
He is good.
Yeah.
Number 5, Michael Scott from The Office. Number 4, Tony Soprano from The Sopranos. Number 3, again, I didn't watch it. I find this hard to believe. Chandler Bing from Friends.
Really? I'm not sure Arya Stark and Chandler Bing are the two best of really good shows.
Yeah. Too bad she didn't put a dagger in his throat or something, though.
Yeah.
Number 2, Tyrion Lannister from Game of Thrones. He was a very good character.
Yeah.
And number 1, Walter White from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, he's very good. Well, very heavy on Game of Thrones and Breaking Bad there.
Chances of me going back and ever seeing all of Breaking Bad is good. I mean, I may watch it someday. Does Jesse end up with the girl that the season I'm on is like 2.5 seasons in? Ooh. He's living next to the neighbor. Do they?
You got a long way to go.
You're going to need to watch that, Jim. You're going to need to watch that yourself.
It plays. It's got a very interesting turn.
You'll need to watch that. I wouldn't ask that question
because they're sleeping together now.
They are.
You say romance never dies.
I like her a lot.
Just watch it.
Yeah, you'll need to watch that.
Kristen Ritter is her name.
Yeah, you'll need to watch that.
But yeah, you need to watch that.
I'd watch it if I were you.
Hey, the new year is here, so is your chance to make the most of your home. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got the perfect solution for empty pockets, a cash-out refinance. With a cash-out refinance, you can fund your new year by taking advantage of home equity, and the best part is you can use the cash to pay for anything you want. The experts at Mortgage Right will guide you every single step of the way and make getting extra cash easy. Get started online today. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
MJ says, yes, Jim, they live happily ever after. It's Breaking Bad. Nothing's happy in that show.
Well, that's why I can't keep watching it, but that was I always cheer for love, and I really liked her a lot.
Yeah. No, I got to tell you, there is no happy endings at all in Breaking Bad.
But I cheer for love for Jesse. You're
yes.
It gets a little rougher than the neighbor for Jesse.
Ding! We're back in a moment.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1. If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
It's Rockstar here to tell you about my weight loss challenge with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. And having a pregnant wife, I too have put on some pounds. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
People doing alternate endings to Breaking Bad. Happy endings. So Walter White uses his chemical knowledge to cure cancer and lives happily ever after next door to Jesse and his wife. The alternate endings that are coming up in the Farmfolio chat room is pretty good there.
Yep.
Our show being brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Boy, don't you want something different for lunch today?
Yes.
Make it different at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Sterling and his crew there with some great creations. You can check out the entire menu at champyschicken.com or just swing by there, make the order. You're home for Bruise, and Bird. It's champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. A couple of commitments going on. Luganville is hot on the recruiting trail right now. Did he just wrap up live on the air? Or has he been on live all morning?
He just wrapped it up.
4-star running back Jordan James from Murfreesboro decommits from Georgia, signs with Oregon.
Oh, Dan Lanning with a little stab to the chest right there.
4-star running back there. 4-star running back Trevante Citizen from Lake Charles, one-time LSU commitment. There was a hope he was going to go to Auburn, picks Miami instead, so he didn't go to LSU. So most people thought it was either Auburn or LSU. Ends up being Miami and Mario Cristobal.
Back to Jordan James, how much do you like Dan Lanning? If you're living in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, for those that don't know, just southeast of Nashville, and you're going to Georgia, the current national champion, and you decide basically over a couple of weeks, you know what? I think I'll go to Eugene, Oregon instead.
Yeah, your parents probably can make that drive to Athens in 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, every home game.
Yeah, every home game. And now, I don't know how you get to Eugene.
I don't either. I mean, like from Murfreesboro, from Nashville Airport to Eugene, Oregon, I guess you fly into Portland and drive. I have no idea, really. But imagine that, man. I mean, that you really, really, really like Dan Lanning, don't you?
Caden Story, a 4-star defensive end from Lynette, Alabama, who had originally verbally committed to Auburn, signs with Clemson today. So some of those are happening right there. Texas A&M is likely going to end up with the number 1 class, maybe still in Alabama or somebody like that, as National Signing Day is wrapping up here. The day after a big basketball win for Auburn, number 1 in the country. You know, I struggle on days like this because, you know, Auburn fans could not be more excited than they are about their basketball team. And I just don't know how. I mean, there's no debate. You can't sit here and have conversations about, is Auburn the best team? Who's better than Auburn? Well, there's nobody better than Auburn. So you can't have a discussion about that. I mean, Auburn is better than Alabama. There was no controversial calls to talk about in that game.
Okay, I got something.
Okay.
Well, I want to save it for next hour.
Okay, but see, that's when I struggle on days like this. Like, the fans are like so excited, man. All I want to do is talk Auburn basketball. All I want to do is talk Auburn basketball. Well, what can you say about Auburn basketball?
Well,
they are the best team in the country.
I hope this is not stealing your thunder, so to speak.
I don't think you could.
Okay, but does this soften the blow of the direction Brian Harson's taking this program? Because I believe next year is going to be disastrous for Auburn football.
That is not stealing my thunder. I've got a question that is totally different.
Those are two good. We'll get to both of those coming up in the final hour of the show. See, that's a good topic. But, you know, I'm always, like the days after Alabama wins one of their mini football national championships, you know, you come on the air the next day and, you know, you react to it in the first segment. Okay, now we've got 3 hours and 40 minutes left to do a show. What more can you say about them winning the national championship? It is always such a struggle to capture when there's no controversy or no debate about a team who is the best in the country. And I think that's the Auburn Tigers, and they showed it again last night with their win over Alabama. We'll talk about where Auburn is headed, what Nick Saban said at the Senior Bowl, and Brown's mystery topic when we come back, being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Nichols Outfitters right there. Where?
In Pelham, Jimmy D. If you've got a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle, a shotgun, you don't use it anymore, Nichols Outfitters may be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you've upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago. You still got an old one. Don't hang on to it or let it collect dust, fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters pays you for your old firearm. Drop by, talk to the team at Nichols, and see what you can get. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll do the headlines here and hear from Bruce Pearl and Nate Oates to start off this hour, final hour of the show, and we'll do it on the headline version brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yes, Dunaway, when something is not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Recently experienced that just a couple of months ago. Rockstar did the same. First people that we always call our friends at Hemp Hill. Chad, Andrew, Adam, the team there, they were the ones that I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That's our friends at Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Before I get into the basketball, Brown, any word on Jim Harbaugh yet?
I haven't seen it.
The candidate that they had yesterday, they interviewed for 9 hours. What's the longest? I don't know of any job interview I really ever have been on, but a 9-hour interview.
I don't think I've had a 9-hour workday in my life.
I mean, you take a break at some point, right?
You would like to think you do. 9 hours. I mean, that's in depth, man.
I can't think of anywhere I've been for over 9 hours.
Did you just say you've never had a 9-hour workday?
I don't know that I have.
brag.
What?
That was a humble brag.
No, it's not a humble brag. I guess it is. I don't know.
That's amazing.
A 9-hour workday would be 9 to 5, right? Or is that 8 to 5 with a lunch break?
8:30 to 5:30.
9 to 5 is 8 hours.
I've never had a 9 to 5 desk job. Like any job I've ever had has been in this industry, where basically if you get your work done, I don't think I've had a 9-hour day.
Every job I've had has been in this industry, and they're all 9+ hour days.
Not now.
Not now.
You don't work 9 hours now.
Point.
Well, I know, but I wasn't doing the same job as you.
You never know what Lunsford does when we're not on the air, man. The logs and stuff like that. The guy works his tail off for us.
I see him leave.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it doesn't work when he gets home.
Yeah, like I've got
My goodness.
tomorrow.
Well, I don't.
Tomorrow I've got at least a 10-hour day.
Do you?
At least.
Yeah.
All work.
So you wouldn't have been able to survive back in the day when I would wake up at 8:30, come in and do our radio show, and then go do television.
Oh, that was miserable. I don't know how you did it.
I don't know how you did that.
Over a decade.
I thought you were crazy for doing it.
What I didn't understand was the break that you had between radio and TV, and then your inability to get any sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're talking about when we're in the mornings or middays? When we're in the middays is the longest. We only did the mornings
it was middays because you would get off at 2 and then you'd have to be on air at 5?
5, but we shoot promos at 2:30. So I was always rushed. They started shooting promos at 3 o'clock instead of.
But I guess at least you could sleep in then a little bit. I guess the mornings to TV was
the mornings. We only did that for a few months.
Forrester's right. He said Brown must have been laughing at us TV folks on bowl trips. I was. I cannot believe how much y'all have to work.
Mornings for a few months. We did mornings for 3 years.
I know, but I only did TV for a few months.
I got you.
From whenever they decided to move us to mornings. Thanks, David. And then down to whenever I ran out of my TV contract, May. So March to May is all I did the mornings.
I was talking to somebody about that yesterday, about us being in mornings at lunch yesterday, and I said I hated getting up at 4:15, 4:30 every morning. I said, but man, I was playing golf every day of the week. Every day.
See, I didn't like getting done that early.
Oh, I loved it. Loved it. I loved getting done that early. It was not worth waking up at 4:30 in the morning. That was miserable.
Yeah. All right. Last night, Auburn wins it 100-81 over Alabama, number 1 in the country. Bruce Pearl afterwards talking about what we've said since really the first time we saw this Auburn team play. Wave after wave of talent. Such a good, deep basketball team. And he says it all starts with the way they use their bench.
What's it like having a bench like that, pretty much a second starting five when they come off the bench?
We've always prided ourselves with our culture of our program, and that culture being, I've always played 9 or 10 guys double-digit minutes, and there are some people that, think it's, that you get the luxury because you got good players coming to the bench. Look, everybody else got guys on the bench, but they don't play them like we do and develop them like we do, I don't think. That's what I think makes us a really good team.
That's Bruce Pearl last night. Also, Lunsford, if you give me a little Nate Oates on the other side of that, what can you say afterwards if you're Nate Oates? Give me cut 8. They're coming off that big win against Baylor. And, he's going to talk about effort here. And I'm not sure this was an effort situation. I just think they played a team they don't match up well and can't beat. But he talked about the effort in the Baylor win at home and what they had last night.
But what did you see from the effort and motivation you saw from your players tonight?
Yeah, it wasn't as good as it was against Baylor, to be honest with you. I thought some of the guys competed and played hard, but wasn't quite where it was against Baylor. I thought we saw it at times, but not for the full 40. And we came out, we got up, I think 4, maybe it was 12-8. I thought we were doing a good job. I thought we forced them into some tough shots, and we had too many possessions where we didn't sprint back on defense. It gave them easy buckets in transition. I think at the half they had 18 transition points. They finished the game with 27. Like, if you're playing as hard as you can play, you're not giving that many points up in transition.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I didn't think they played tremendously bad last night. Look, I think Nate Oates would take 81 points most nights, 14 threes, 40 rebounds, only 11 turnovers, getting to the stripe 22 times. I mean, there were some positives. The problem was the team you played is just a lot better than Alabama. I mean, that's the fact.
You could have given him all that stuff, and then if you just showed him points in the paint, he'd have gone,
yeah.
I mean, we got issues.
I mean, when you lose at Georgia or lose at Missouri, you can talk to me about effort. That game last night wasn't an effort.
I didn't
game.
feel like
that
it was
was
effort,
one
but
team was a lot better than the other team.
I also look at it and say, Alabama has been hitting, say, over the last month or so, Alabama's been hitting how many threes a game? About 6 or 7?
Yeah, about 7's about average.
And they hit 14?
14 last night.
Go back to what they've been doing the last couple of months. What's that game like if they hit 6 or 7?
Yeah.
I mean, you lose by 40.
But again, if you
that's where it was headed until that second half.
Yeah, until they just started bombing them right at the start of the half.
If you would have told me they hit 14 going into last night, I would have said,
they got a shot.
Dunaway landmined them. I think they probably win the game.
We were way wrong. We discussed it on the show yesterday. I asked both you guys, how many would Alabama have to hit?
Now, what I didn't realize, Brown, is you would go from shooting 79% in the paint against Baylor and some of those easy cut baskets, some of the lobs to Juwan
Those were not
Gary.
there last night.
Yeah, they weren't there, to going 11 of 33, 33% in the paint.
Yeah. That just shows you how much better Auburn is than Alabama. It's not a mystery. We've seen it twice. Auburn is a much better team than Alabama.
You know, I'm sitting there in the first half, the way it's trending, on that series of dunk. I don't know how many in a row it was. It felt like 4 in a row, 4 trips down, 4 dunks. And I was like, man, they've got to play 22 more. There was still 2 minutes left in the first half. I said, they've got to play 22 more minutes. If it was a fight, you would have stopped it right then. Now, Alabama cut it to 2 again.
Yeah.
You're feeling silly to think that.
But when it was 19 or 20 or whatever it was.
But in the first half, with like 2 minutes to go, and it's just been a series of dunks, and Alabama's, struggling to just pass the ball around the perimeter to get a shot off. I was thinking, man, here you are in front of that student body in a packed house on national television, and now you've got to endure an entire second half. What's the score? What's it going to end up being? I was sort of proud that the team came out and made it interesting for a brief moment in the second half. I thought that was a positive sign. I thought that showed a little bit more effort than Nate's talking about.
Well, a testament to Bruce Pearl and Auburn, though. Nate Oates has been known for coaching really good defense over the years. I look back in regulation. You got to throw overtime out. Overtimes can get out of whack. But in regulation, that was only the 3rd time in Nate Oates' career he'd given up 100 points.
Well, do you know
only the 2nd time at Alabama?
How about a walk-on? Gets the 3-point play to get it to 100.
It almost did not get to 100.
Do you guys want to just guess on the fly how many times Alabama and Auburn have played basketball?
All
against
time?
each other?
Oh, gosh. It's twice a year for forever.
I'm going to say last night was the 147th meeting.
That's not bad.
Just a guess.
182.
166.
All right.
In the middle of what you guys say. So Auburn scored 100 points for only the 3rd time in those 166 matchups.
I remember 2 of the 3, I guess.
And the last time was 1999 when they won the SEC regular season.
Yep.
The Chris Porter team.
Yep. I remember that one.
Mamadou Njai.
So, that's been
they don't do it a lot.
Years
ago. Oates almost never gives up 100-point games. Auburn hasn't done it against Alabama much, but they did last night.
Mike, Auburn fan, Farmfolio chat room. Been listening to y'all at the gym this morning and wanted to make sure to get this in. As good as Auburn is, think how good they would be if Alan Flanagan gets back to form where he had been. They talked about him being 70%. He still gets a lot of playing time, headsy player. But as I was watching the Oklahoma game Saturday down at Auburn Arena, I was down there and I kept telling my buddy, I said, boy, Flanagan's not the same, and they keep rolling him out there. He's on the court a lot and not back to 100% yet. Yeah, that guy's a really, really good player.
Well, Flanagan was the guy that gave you over 14 points per game last year, hit about 34% behind the arc. This year he's giving you half the production, and he's hitting 21% behind the arc. He's not healthy. He doesn't have a shot right now, and you believe as the season goes on. It is interesting he's getting the minutes he's getting with the depth that you've got.
A lot of teams, when the NCAA tournament rolls around, because the TV, we talk about this a lot, TV breaks are bigger, you get more rest time, they really shrink their rotation. Boy, I don't know how much you shrink it if you're Auburn.
Yeah, no.
That rotation's too good.
But that helps a shorter bench
It would.
for the other teams.
In theory.
So
Yep.
it takes the advantage Auburn has away from them a little bit when you
Yeah.
get to the tournament, the more TV and longer TV timeouts. Randall, I love the way that you act like you don't spend the entirety of the show talking about Bama's national championship. It's the funny thing I've heard today. You saying after Bama wins the national championship, we only react to the win for the first hour. Then we got to fill the rest of the show with other stuff. I didn't say other stuff. I said we still have to finish the rest of the hour, the 3 hours and 40 minutes. We got to find something to talk about off of that one win. Once you've won the national championship, what else is there to talk about? After Auburn wins the game last night, it's not like we can say, is Gonzaga better than Auburn? Is Purdue better than Auburn? I don't think the answer is yes. There's no debate there to me right now.
See.
Auburn is the best.
Auburn, I agree with you. I think Auburn's the best team in basketball, and we'll see because ultimately they're going to have to play, 1, 2 of those teams coming up once we get to the NCAA tournament. But we did make an agreement years ago if one of our teams ever wins a Super Bowl that we can spend the 4 hours after the Super Bowl talking about that team.
Yeah, I don't remember that agreement.
I don't remember that
I don't
at
think
all.
I would have jumped into that.
No, we did.
I don't think we did.
Well, we didn't do it with the Buccaneers. I can go back and pull the show. We barely mentioned it.
I don't think you cared.
Technically, you
don't think I care?
Oh, wow.
You cared for the first hour.
Yeah, I care for the first segment. React to the Super Bowl, and we move on and do something else.
Contractually, you cannot go back and pull the show, by the way. Point that out.
That is a good point.
Lunsford has friends. He probably can call one of our poker buddies. John probably would pull it for us.
That stuff was burned. They burned it.
Yeah, John probably would pull it for us. Say Bear, not you, Lunsford. You can't do it either. Part of our show being brought to you today by our friends at Bromberg's, and we'll get into Brown's imaginary topic here. Hidden topic.
It's not imaginary, and it's not even a question. Actually, I set it up wrong. It's a statement I'm going to make.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, we're making arrangements for a beautiful Valentine's Day. That's just a couple of weeks away. Receive a free bouquet of fresh flowers with a VA tree. Hibiscus glass vase purchase from our friends at Bromberg's. Our gorgeous VA tree vases, mouth-blown in Italy, available in a rainbow of beautiful colors, 3 different sizes. Prices begin at only $59. Plus, their master engraver, Harold Herglotz Jr., will add a romantic hand-engraved Italian sentiment for only $10 more. Quantities are limited. Call or stop by to pre-order February 11th, the 12th, and the 14th at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. Again, for more information on these great Valentine's gifts, go online, go to brombergs.com.
Quick disclaimer, which won't matter because people are still going to come at me with this. Put aside swimming and equestrian. I'm talking major sports here. Sports people really care about.
Put aside gymnastics.
You don't even have to do that. Nope.
So
Nope.
we're just going
swimming. This is Auburn.
So we're just going football and basketball. Basically.
Football, basketball, baseball. Those are the sports people care about. No, people don't care about swimming and equestrian. It's only because you've won a bunch of championships.
But 80% only care about football and
right,
basketball.
Right. Bruce Pearl is the best coach in Auburn history, period. End of sentence.
I can't argue with it.
Well, if you put baseball in there, Hal
Baird was really good. But I would say Bruce Pearl better than Hal Baird. And I respect the heck out of Hal Baird. Great coach.
How many College World Series? 2, though?
I think 2. Yeah.
That's the equivalent of Final Four.
It is, but Bruce also isn't done.
Women's basketball, Joe Champy, I think, went
really
to
good.
3 consecutive Final Fours.
Nobody cares about women's basketball.
Really good. Yep, really good. I like Coach Champy. Class act.
Yeah, but really, it comes down to men's basketball and football. That's the TV sports.
I do think Bruce Pearl is a better coach than Pat Dye.
Yes, he is. Bruce Pearl, best coach in Auburn history, period, end of sentence.
Okay, I'll give you that.
I think so.
Now, what you don't want to pull is a Virginia against Baltimore, Maryland County.
Well, you would prefer Maryland, Baltimore County. You prefer not to do that. Yes, that would be undesirable.
You do this, and Dunaway said this early on in the show. Anything less than a Final Four is going to be a major.
It is, but I mean,
disappointment.
Even with that, I mean, you could argue. I don't know my Maryland basketball history. I know Gary Williams was really, really good.
He won a national championship.
He did win a national championship. So did Tony Bennett. I mean, at some point, Tony Bennett might be in that discussion. He's not because Gary Williams won a national championship. Lefty Driesell was really good there, right? I mean, you don't have that with Auburn basketball. I mean, it's easy. If we just go Auburn basketball, I don't even bring this up. The only reason I bring it up is because you can compare it to football. And I would put Bruce Pearl in front of Shug Jordan. I'd put him in front of Pat Dye. I'd put him in front of Hal Baird. Whoever else Tommy Tuberville, whoever else you want to throw in there. Bruce Pearl is in front of those guys. He's a better coach than all those guys.
Of course, Gene Chiswick's got something he doesn't.
He does. Bruce Pearl, better coach than Gene Chiswick. And I love Coach Chiz.
No, I can't argue with you that. And, to me, it would go Bruce Pearl, Pat Dye, Shug Jordan. Of the 2 major sports, football and basketball. And Bruce, I mean, don't underestimate what Bruce does for the school, though, too. I mean, he's in the stands for Auburn football. He's in the stands for Auburn baseball, sports gymnastics, women's basketball. He's on this, he's walking around campus with the students.
Apparently doing a ton of interviews.
Does a ton of interviews.
Yes, it appears.
Yeah, I just he buys in. He's part of the fabric that is Auburn now.
So was Pat Dye at Auburn when Tommy Joe Eagles was there?
Tommy Joe passed in. I mean, he was the coach in '90s. He died.
I can't remember.
Yeah, no, he was. I think it overlapped a little bit.
Because I'm going to say this could be the Pat Dye of basketball with the Tommy Joe Eagles of football.
Wow.
Yeah, that's LT's topic on this.
I knew he would have one.
When we come back on the other side, it's the day after a big Auburn basketball regular season win. Randall, tap the brakes. This isn't like the day after Alabama winning a football national championship. It is a regular season win. You guys still have to pack up and go play Georgia this weekend. We got more coming up on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
It's Rockstar here to tell you about my weight loss challenge with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. And having a pregnant wife, I too have put on some pounds. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from the Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store. New year, new you. Get past those old aches and pains. Let Stretch Zone help you work towards your goals easier. Come see us for a free stretch, then give us 12 weeks while you stretch towards your goals in 2022. To learn more, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Farmfolio chat room. Reaction to Brown's comment that Bruce Pearl is the best coach there. Chester said Pat Dye changed the entire Auburn culture of little brother. Look at the football SEC titles Auburn has since Dye left. No way he's above Pat Dye.
Well, I mean, you know, I would say in a lot of ways Bruce has changed the culture at Auburn too. I mean, when have you seen excitement like this when football was this average?
Goose, hell, after the national championship, you could have argued Chizik was the greatest.
You could not
let
have.
Pearl actually win something and keep it going.
Yeah, you could not have. I mean, and listen, you won't find anybody that loves and respects Gene Chizik more than me. But nobody with a sane mind was arguing that he was the best coach in Auburn history after the 2010
I don't think
national
he was
championship.
ever given credit even that year.
No, he was
I
not.
mean, people were talking about Gus Malzahn could be, one of the best offensive coordinators in football.
Cam Newton, best
was,
player we've ever seen.
Yeah, best we've ever seen.
Bobby, nobody with a room temperature IQ was arguing Gene Chizik was the greatest coach after the national championship.
Yeah.
So even at a very hot room, let's say a room that's 82, that's not a good IQ, is it?
That is not. That's a hot room, too.
That is a hot room.
That is an insult, Bobby. Thank you. Hunter says, I mean, he went 13-14 last year. That's a losing record.
Well, I mean, Pat Dye had a losing record.
Look, I mean, you should never have a losing record in college basketball, but there are some situations. Trying to think recently, there was another coach.
Well, Bruce Pearl last year is
Well, I get that, but I think Izzo had a struggle of a year. Krzyzewski was out the year with a bad back.
I mean, Bear Bryant had a losing record. Everybody's got losing records.
Colt, can you guys talk about Auburn basketball more? Don't think you've talked about it enough today.
Well, we've only got 4 hours.
That's sarcasm, I think.
Yeah.
Did I not read that in the sarcasm font? Bear Bryant had a losing record?
Yep.
When?
He had one at Texas A&M and he had one at Alabama.
He had one at Alabama?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he ever had a losing record at Alabama.
I'll double check. I thought he did. He definitely had one at Texas A&M. They were 1-9.
Not in my head at Alabama.
Well, let me check, Jim. I'll check real quick.
But really, in today's college basketball, and I know the last couple of years have been weird with the whole COVID thing, but you shouldn't have losing records.
Excuse me. He was 5-4-1. I apologize. It was game over 500.
Yeah, thank you.
With a tie. He was 1-9 at Texas A&M.
You kids, that's Texas A&M. That's not Bama.
Well, I'm sorry. He's Bear Bryant. Did he just learn to coach when he got to Alabama?
Well, it changed a lot when he got to Alabama.
Okay.
Redmont brings you this part of the show, including LT's interesting question about Brian Harsin and Bruce Pearl after you tell us about Redmont Distilling.
Great vodka. It is the official vodka here on the Next Round. We sent Jay Bills a couple of bottles yesterday, so shout out to Eleanor for doing that for us. Locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores, including pink package at the beverage place. Also got a last call coming up in the next couple of weeks. We've got a lot of extra things we're going to be doing here on the Next Round, but that's good.
All right. So tell us about Brian Harsin, who, is
it's trending bad.
Is recruiting
bad.
in a tough situation right now, trying to maybe land another player or two today or get a portal person before they hit spring practice and go into year 2 with a very different looking coaching staff. You don't think it's trending well. Brandon Marcella wrote a story earlier this week. Can he get Auburn off the mat? And all this is happening now in the backdrop of maybe the best basketball season in school history.
Well, they're coming off of 6-7 in year 1. Everybody gets a pass in year 1, but you start to look at your offensive coordinator's gone, your defensive coordinator's gone, You hire a new offensive coordinator. He's on campus for a week. He's now gone. Now, when you look at the recruiting rankings, I mean, 17th according to ESPN, that's not bad. I just start to look at the SEC West, and there's no proven quarterback on this roster. I'm not going to say Calzada's a proven quarterback. You guys will give me that. He seems like an average quarterback.
Yeah.
If he's even your starting quarterback this year, there's just been a ton of defections, and I just believe that Auburn right now, when you look 1 through 7 in the SEC West, if you rank the coaches, number 7 is going to be Brian Harsin, and I think next year, I think that they're probably a 5-7, best case 6-6 team. I don't know how you guys feel.
Yeah, but now you painted a question that I thought was interesting.
So where Auburn football is right now, does the Auburn basketball, or where Auburn basketball is, does it soften the blow, knowing that next year is going to be another very average to bad year in football? At least that's the way it looks.
Well, I mean, it softens the blow in this, that it gives you something to cheer about and get excited about when you lost 5 straight games to end the year. It doesn't help Brian Harsin any at all. I mean, Brian Harsin hasn't helped one bit by this.
Does it hurt him?
I think it may, yeah.
I remember back when Alabama football wasn't very good, and
when basketball was good, it kind of deflected some of the.
It sort of helped the basketball coach when the football wasn't good because all the focus was on football. But Bruce is so good. I just wonder, can that lift Brian Harsin up, or does it hurt him? That, man, I want some of what we're getting in basketball season during football season.
I don't think it helps him at all. I don't think there's any help at all to it. I would say it maybe hurts you a little bit just because it only further highlights, whether it was Gus Malzahn or Brian Harsin, it only further highlights the fact that you're a 500 team. I mean, you look at basketball and you get so excited about basketball, and when you walk out of Auburn Arena, what's the first thing you see when you walk out of Auburn Arena? Jordan-Hare Stadium, right? You walk right out the front door, there's Jordan-Hare Stadium right there. It slaps you in the face, and you're like, well, crap, I wish we could do this over there. I wish we could do both. Who doesn't want to be great at both, right?
Yeah,
Florida did it.
You do. But I've always said it's great having a wonderful basketball program because you play 30 games. I mean, Auburn fans are going crazy after the win over Kentucky. And then they go to number 1. Then, it was a win over Oklahoma, crazy. Just beat Alabama, crazy. And then now you're in, Georgia, and you're about to run the rest of the table, and you go into the NCAA tournament as a number 1 seed, and there's all these games, and you're excited, and it just builds on each other and builds on each other. In football season, you get 12 games. It's not obviously you want to be great at football. I love football, but when you're great at basketball, there's a lot of times to gather and party or to gather around the TV and watch a game last night. It is fun when you got a great basketball program.
No, it is, but the best basketball team doesn't always win the national championship. And typically the best football team does.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so when you've got a great football team, there's something, it's just a little bit different. I do think this softens the blow a little bit. Because I think truth serum to diehard Auburn fans, they probably say Brian Harsin is not the long-term answer. You've got your long-term answer in basketball.
Oh, you know that. I mean, that's a given. Whether you
locked it up this past week.
Wherever you are on Brian Harsin, you're not going to get a better basketball coach than Bruce Pearl. Again, we've talked about it many times. It was a unique set of circumstances that even allowed you to have him. I mean, Bruce Pearl never leaves, or he may leave Tennessee without what happened, but he doesn't leave to go to Auburn. He's going somewhere else, right? The fact that he was out on the sidelines and you took a chance on him, that was the only scenario where you're going to be able to hire a guy like Bruce Pearl. So it's just a unique set of circumstances. You're not going to get a better basketball coach than Bruce Pearl.
Look, and this is not necessarily a shot because I think most teams don't have their long-term solution as their head coach right now in football. I mean, Georgia does. Kentucky could with Mark Stoops, right? Heupel is kind of an unknown. I don't think Drinkwitz is that guy from Missouri.
Yeah.
Would you guys agree?
I would agree.
Beamer could be. Billy Napier could be.
Those are both unknowns.
We'll skip Clark Lee. I mean, Nick Saban was your guy, but how much longer? Is Lane Kiffin your...
Don't know. I think you always in the back of your mind think he's going to bolt for another job.
I mean, he looks like he sort
it's
of
a good fit.
Fits Ole Miss.
Yeah,
but you do feel like that's not his last stop.
Yeah, but I think you would take it if you're an Ole Miss fan. If I can have him another 8 years with this success, I'll take it. Sam Pittman could be that guy at Arkansas. Mike Leach probably. I like Mike Leach a lot. I know you don't. I don't think it's your long-term solution. Jimbo Fisher, they thought it was. I don't think it is. Brian Kelly could be that guy for LSU. It's kind of hit or miss.
Jimbo, I mean, I don't know about Jimbo. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you don't know that. There are a few where you can look at it and say, there's no doubt. Like, this guy can stay till he's ready to leave or retire, and that's Bruce Pearl at Auburn. I mean, he's earned the right now at Auburn that he calls his shot out of there.
Yeah, Mike says Pearl is definitely the face of Auburn athletics.
He is right now. Again, here's the test we always use. We always use this test. Bruce Pearl and Brian Harsin walk through the Birmingham airport. Who gets stopped more?
Oh, Bruce Pearl.
100%.
I mean, they could walk through Auburn's campus.
Yeah. I mean, I think Brian Harsin, he's only been on the job 1 year. I think Brian Harsin could walk through the Birmingham airport and, Auburn fans would recognize him. I guess some Alabama fans would. Everybody would know Bruce Pearl.
Bruce Pearl would get more attention walking through the football complex.
No, he might.
I mean, the football players are showing up to the games. They're involved with that student section. They're bought in.
I mean, right now, if Bruce could call plays, Harsin might hire him, right? Work in the offseason.
Let him recruit for him.
Yeah.
Guy can recruit, that's for sure. So Auburn wins. They're up next against Georgia. Where does this Alabama team go now with Kentucky coming to town? How desperate of a game is this? Because you lose this one, you're 4-6 in the league. And there's still some tough games down the road. Wimp called that early on, how Alabama's SEC schedule sort of mirrors their out-of-conference schedule. It is a tough slate.
I mean, Dunaway mentioned this real quick, though, Lance. At Mississippi, at Ole Miss, who just beat LSU, they had them down them down 20 early.
Ole Miss will be favored in that game.
Arkansas at home. You're talking about Arkansas turning the corner.
Alabama will be favored.
State at home.
Alabama will be favored.
Well, neither one of those are automatic wins.
No. There's all three of those games toss-ups.
And then you're back at Kentucky.
You're going to be a
big dog
sizable
there.
Dog, yep.
It eases up at the end of the schedule when Alabama might need it the most. At Vanderbilt.
That's still a tough game, man.
It is. They're all tough. South Carolina at home.
That should be a win.
That should get you.
That should. Texas A&M at home.
That's 8. That should be it,
Should be a win. And then you're at LSU. I mean, that's a tough game to finish on.
I would go right now
2-7.
0-2, 0-3.
What? They could go 2-7?
They could.
2-7. No, Jim. 2-7?
How'd they ever win one?
How many games are left? 8?
6-12. There's
9.
no way. Yeah.
I think they're 4-5 down the stretch.
Ooh, that's a losing conference record.
That's 8-10.
That's 18-13. But they're still in because I got a text last night. I didn't necessarily agree with it. Auburn best team of basketball. I agree with that. Alabama most dangerous team of basketball. And just based on beating Gonzaga and Houston and Baylor.
When they get all their crap together, yeah.
They can beat a lot of teams, but again, this is not a team that is going to be able to go deep into the tournament. They're way too inconsistent. You cannot be an inconsistent team and go deep in the tournament.
Well, because if you win your first two, and Alabama's going to be playing tough games the whole time, they're not going to get the benefit of being a 1 seed playing a 16 or a 2 playing a 15. If you win your first two, I don't think anybody's got confidence that that same team shows up to the Sweet 16. I mean,
or even the next week. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah, you win round 1 and round 2 by 20 points apiece, and everybody's talking about, boy, look how good Alabama is. Could that team even show up the next weekend?
Before the loss yesterday, and I don't think a loss on the road to number 1 changes anything. Alabama's a 5 seed right now in Lenardi's bracketology.
A 5 seed.
Yeah.
After last night.
Well, this was before the game, but as I said, losing at number 1 on the road is not going to change.
So you're a 6-11 or a 5-12.
5-12.
Those are tough games.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, so Alabama's not going to have the benefit of a breather game at all.
Show you how good Samford's opponent is tonight, Chattanooga. They are listed as a 12 seed playing Alabama in yesterday's bracketology.
Not what you want.
Tough one for Bucky ball tonight down at Samford. All right, quick break here. When we come back, more of the conversation on what is going on today on National Signing Day. We'll bounce through some more of these possible signees coming up. Could still be a big day for Texas A&M. Late tonight, there's hope they're going to get 5-star safety Jacoby Matthews to sort of put a cherry on top of what is supposed to be a monumental signing class for Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M. That when we come back, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. I was talking with Greg from Pell City literally before the show. Let me pull up his text right here from Greg from Pell City. He's got a deal for you right now. All those vents and pipes you have on your roof right now? You've looked up there before. He'll inspect those and repair all of those for you for $99. That's right, $99. And if there's nothing wrong with those vents and pipes up there, it's still that free no-cost inspection on your roof. It's a preventative maintenance service on roofs where he'll check all the pipe jacks, the word I was looking for, and vents, replace any that are damaged, check the flashing and the sealant around chimneys, and any possible entry points for water, something you need done every now and then. He'll do that for $99, and if everything looks good up there, he'll treat it just like the normal no-cost inspection on your roof. That's what you get from Greg from Pell City. Just go to Facebook, Greg from Pell City. You can contact him there, or you can call this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. The raining season is coming. Those pipes, the sealants, all that on your roof. Make sure your ship is tight up on the roof with Greg from Pell City in Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal Rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game and a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show, where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne, serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. It may feel like summer's a long way off, but it will be here before you know it. Now is the time to let our friends at Wayne's get your lawn in shape to ensure you and your family enjoy that barefoot good summer lawn. The first month's free with a 1-year Enviro Lawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Give them a call today. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com and let Wayne's create your happy place.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Some of the stupidest things we care about.
Like?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
After I tell you about our friends at Bud Light Seltzer.
Good setup.
You've commented already.
I have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is insane.
I mean, the things in this world we worry about and care about now. But God, some of them we worry about and care about I love, like Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, 4 classic soda flavors, a whole new way to experience them right now. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Seltzer with the pop of soda. Always pop's capitalized in my script. I got to say it with the pop of soda. 100 calories and 0 sugar. Available wherever you buy beer. You get them in the classic cola, the cherry cola, the citrus soda, and the orange soda. That pop with 0 sugar and only 100 calories. It is Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda. Brown, you have just commented on this. Apparently, the AP Style book, which is what we had to use in broadcasting when we learned how to write.
Yeah, what it is the Associated Press to have some sort of uniformity on confusing ways of writing things. For instance, I'll give you a good example. Like Jordan-Hare Stadium has got a dash in it.
Yeah.
So they have that so that, if you're like, oh, God, what is Jordan-Hare? You can look up in the style book. So everybody's kind of had some uniformity, right?
Yeah. And we also had, I don't know what it was in television back in the day, but there were certain rules that was like the AP Style book where we did not super the lower third, the name that you see on the bottom graphic.
Right.
We didn't do that at NBC 13. We didn't do that for the President of the United States, and we didn't do that for the Alabama football coach.
Are you kidding me? Those two?
Yep.
Because the assumption is everybody knows who that is?
Everybody knows who that is.
Auburn football coach? Yeah, run the super.
Yeah.
Alabama. Are you kidding me? It's the Alabama coach.
Yeah, that was the style book.
There's no doubt
Did you dictate that?
I did not. I did not.
The president would have gotten it before the Alabama football coach.
But I passed it along. So Brown has tweeted this now.
So AP Style book. So the Associated Press is saying this today. We use Roman numerals for wars and personal sequence for people and animals. Example: World War I, Native Dancer II, King George V. Also for certain legislative acts, such as Title IX. Super Bowls should be identified by the year rather than Roman numerals. 1969 Super Bowl, not Super Bowl III. Yeah. So basically they're telling everybody that's a newspaper writer, which that's a dying breed anyway, I don't even know who looks at the AP Style book, no longer use Roman numerals for Super Bowls.
Just use regular numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're okay with it? To me, it's so arrogant that they think they can dictate this.
Well, you can. It's the Roman numerals aren't going to go away.
Probably
Roman numerals get a little confusing. You guys are getting
absolutely.
That's
the
one reason they
higher
did it. It has nothing to do with the old Super Bowls. It has to do with today's Super Bowl that nobody knows.
Right.
Yeah. You're like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, but you said World War I, Native Dancer II, King George V, Title IX. It's all single-digit numbers.
But the way they're setting it up makes it sound like those things are important and critical to history.
Yeah,
the
I
Super
can
Bowl
pull
is
a
not.
20, a 30. I pulled 50. I can,
Yeah, but see, to Lunsford's point, UFC 273, we know it's the 273rd UFC, whatever it's called, right? So it's UFC 273. And this is, I always have to go back and look. Okay, I can't just recognize the number instantly. It's 56.
Yeah, I'm almost as good at Spanish as I am at Roman numerals.
I'm with you on that, but present it that way. Like, hey, it is super confusing what Super Bowl we're actually playing. Why don't we move to the year rather than, but it's not as important as World War I, which is not. I get that.
What they should have done is when they reach like 50 or something, then switch to the year. If it starts to get complicated or something like that, switch to the year. Or just say once you hit 50, write 5-6 instead of putting in Roman numerals.
Here's the problem we have with football. Because Super Bowl III was the 69 Super Bowl of the 68 season.
I was going to bring that up, Dunaway. Yeah. So the Rams, when they won their only Super Bowl, it was the season of 99. They won in January of 2000.
Yeah. we're the 2020 NFL champions in my book, but we played the Super Bowl in 2021.
Right.
So it can't be the 2021 Super Bowl because for me, that's for the 2021
you
season
won
that
Super
the Rams
Bowl
are about to win.
55.
I won Super Bowl 55.
And just put the numerals.
I don't know why I can't just switch to the number. I mean,
I'm with you.
You don't have to say the year, because with the AP style book, the way you do numbers in the AP is 1 through 12. You write the number, and then once you reach 13, or 1 through 12, you write the number, and then you put the actual numeral for 13 on, because the numbers are too big at that point to write out.
Yeah, but we had the same problem at the College Football National Championship.
Correct.
Georgia won the 2022 National Championship, but it's
Game.
for the 2021 season.
Yeah, they played in the 2022 National Championship game for the 2021 championship.
They hang a 21 banner, not a 22.
They do,
even though
but
they
it's
won
the 22 game.
But
when
their
you look it
logo is
up.
going to have a 2022 logo on their 2021 banner.
Yeah, look, Paul asked in
weird.
Farm Folio, do they even teach Roman numerals in school anymore? They don't teach cursive, so I seriously doubt Roman numerals.
Well,
is something
if you
that's out there.
remember, Lunsford, when we got to Super Bowl, is it 50? Is that XL? That's the one they did not use the Roman numeral because they didn't like the connotation of XL, like extra large.
Right.
They actually used the 50. So why they didn't continue it after that, I do not know.
That was a good time to break away from their
I agree.
That would have been fine. If they just did numbers now and not Roman numerals, I'd be perfectly fine.
All right. There was something we were going to talk about. Oh, National Signing Day.
That's right.
We were talking about. Tom Luganville's been covering that. Still some big commitments to come out today. Later on, really none of them are going to impact Alabama or Auburn, it looks like. Trevante Citizen, who some people thought could go to Auburn, ended up going to Miami, which was the fourth choice according to people like Rivals. Florida, Auburn, LSU, Miami. He picked Miami. Lynette's Caden Story, who flipped from Auburn, went to Clemson, not Florida, as was expected. And I was just on ESPN.com a few seconds ago. And on ESPN.com, there it is. Main story, not on the college football section, main story. National Signing Day updates. Auburn loses ESPN 300D lineman to another Tiger. That's the main story, bold print, right on ESPN.com today. The Auburn imagery of football right now is of loss. It's loss.
Yeah.
Losing a coordinator, losing this. Of all the stuff that's happening on National Signing Day right now, ESPN has Auburn loses ESPN 300D lineman.
Because I'm looking at Tex Ags right now. They're breaking news. A 2022 five-star defensive end has signed with Texas A&M. Of course, he's a five-star signing with A&M. I mean, there are bigger stories than that.
Right. Why not Aggies continue
I don't know.
But they go Auburn loses instead of Aggies continuing to win.
It is a little bit of a storyline with Auburn football right now. They've lost Eric Mason. They've lost Austin Davis. I mean, it is kind of the storyline.
I mean, looking here, I don't see anybody in the top 100 according to ESPN that has signed with Auburn.
Yeah. It's
tough.
tough.
It's a storyline right now for Brian Harsin as he tries to get his footing down at Auburn. One other note about coaches. Jim Harbaugh is a story that we're watching, expected to take the Vikings job, and Michigan's going to be open. North Carolina today has finalized a contract extension for Mack Brown. A little surprising to me. If you'd asked me mid-season last year, I'd have said Mack Brown's last year would have been this year. I thought they would be in the coaching carousel. It is not. He is signed on. He's going to be making $5 million a year, and his contract's extended now through 2026.
Well, I mentioned that Auburn doesn't have any top 100 guys signed. You know how many Mack Brown's got?
What?
5, including the number 7 player in the country coming out in ESPN's top 300. They've got the number 1 recruiting class in the ACC.
Yeah, North Carolina does in front of Clemson.
Yep.
Wow.
$5 million per season. Mack was only making $3.5 million to come back to his beloved North Carolina and do some work.
Dude, who wants to work that hard at 70? I mean, I give him a lot of credit.
I do too. He's still
you
fighting.
And I agreed it was a lazy hire.
Yep, I thought so.
And it's one thing to win games, but to get quarterbacks to flip from Florida State when they were still relevant, and Sam Howell to going out still at 70 and having a top 10 recruiting class and the best in the ACC, that's impressive.
But keep in mind, Bear Bryant never made $250,000 a year to coach. So Mack, a lot of his career was spent back in the days where it was a big deal to make $1 million, to make $2 million, and that's a ton of money, obviously.
Yeah, he's working for his grandkids.
But now I can make $5 million a year.
Yeah.
That's what I used to get paid. I don't know what his wife's name is.
Sally.
We'll call him Jan.
Yeah, but I'm going to say
Jan and I, we've worked a long time. Now we can get $5 million a year. You just have to coach 10 years to get $5 million.
You guys will give me. I mean, Can you imagine the amount of side hustles that Bear Bryant had going on?
He was invested. A lot of his former players that went off and had success invested him in it as a thank you to him.
Yep.
So he had side hustles left and right. He made plenty of money.
Yeah,
money was not a problem.
Little soda out of Atlanta, Georgia. He was.
That is correct.
In on.
Yeah, that one probably paid a height.
Yeah.
Did he actually drink from the bottle when he was doing his show?
I think he did.
Yes.
Did he eat the chips?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I must have known this. Mac Brown's wife is Sally. I guess I knew that.
That's a great guess.
I thought I randomly pulled that name.
That's a great guess by you, Brownie. So that's what's happening in college football today. One other, I just have this written down that I thought was weird. If you're an Olympic gold medalist for the all-around Olympian, best Olympian in the world, like Suni Lee is, and you just won the all-around in a meet of 2 top 10 gymnastics where you beat Alabama at Auburn Arena, and you're not the SEC Gymnast of the Week, but you're the SEC Freshman of the Week, is that a little insulting? Do you get a plaque? Does she hang that anywhere near the gold medal?
I mean, what were they going to do for her that was going to catch her attention? She just won a gold medal.
I just like she's the SEC Freshman of the Week.
You don't give Nick Saban every Coach of the Year
That's
award.
true.
We've had
Yeah,
that
that's a
conversation.
great
You
point.
can't give it to the Olympian every single week.
You think Nick Saban wants a Coach of the Week award? Oh, yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Coach of the Week.
Hey, Suni, congratulations. You're the SEC Freshman of the Week. I can't hear you. Move my Olympic medals to the side. All right, one more segment to go here. We'll get some final thoughts on Auburn basketball for you guys that have been dying for us to talk Auburn basketball. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from the Next Round here. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week and I've already lost 5 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com and learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
It's back, Birmingham. The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels. February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild custom and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips. And from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
There you go. There's Brown saying what a fun time his punishment was.
I mean, it's always bugged you, but
No,
I
it doesn't
can't
bother
help
me.
it.
I'm
Yeah,
just
it
letting
does.
just when we sit here and try to come up with something more difficult. I mean, I had a great time doing stand-up comedy. I don't remember it, but
I mean, I went to Roswell, and it was a lot of driving. That sucked. My wife went with me. You guys allowed that because I had to have somebody to do video. And
that was the giving part. That was the part that made it. Well,
we had to have somebody.
You could have one-man banned it.
No, I could not have. Not and do what we did. It would not have been that like that.
It would have been more of a punishment. It wasn't. It was better for us.
I knew it bothered you. You said it didn't bother me. It was more of a punishment.
But the punishment part, I mean, just be as forgiving for me if I lose this year, and Lance, if I lose this year, maybe not make me sleep, full weekend inside of a scary haunted Amish house. Just let me bail out if I lose this. I'm not losing. Who are we kidding? I'm going to kill this bracket this year. I may enter the
confidence.
I may enter the $1 million bracket.
The best
this year.
landmines are landmining yourself.
Yeah,
those are the ones that hurt the most.
You said yesterday was just a given easy money.
Yeah. Well, yesterday was. I can't find one today. I looked for one. No easy money today. Closest thing I was Arkansas -10 at Georgia tonight was the closest thing to easy money.
You playing that one?
I'm not going to play anything. I do want to make a point as we're out of time here. Today is 2/2/22.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I guess we'll do 2/22/22, and then that's it. I'll never be around to see the rest, right?
Nope. You'll never get the.
You might be here for.
I can be here for 3/3/33. I can make it 10 years, 11 years.
4/4/44.
It's stretching at that point. You guys may be around for 4/4/44.
I think I'll see that one.
Yeah.
5/5/55.
I think we're all way in hell I'm done there.
Yeah, we're all done.
Don't know if we want to see 6/6/66.
I didn't think about that.
We already lived through 6/6/6.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, made it through that one. I'm sure that's when Kill Bill was hired.
He probably was. We never checked his scalp for that mark either, did we?
Under the back hairline, right? That's where you'd look.
I think that's where it was.
Right back there. All right, that's the show today. It's been a crazy one, a weird one. I won't remember it tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.